Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Hope everybody is doing well today. Today is week 21, I think, of Triforce Tuesday. Today we begin our adventure in the Wind Waker, where it's actually the first game where we get to catch a glimpse of Link and his happy family. Okay, we got our Wii U screen here. We got... Actually, I have... It's funny because I mentioned this. I think I talked about this in the Discord, but I was looking for my copy of Wind Waker and I got a little panicked because I couldn't find it. And then I remembered that I had the Zelda Wii U and it's like built into the Wii U. Like I didn't have... I do have a physical copy. It's very likely packed away in my Zelda collection right now. But I didn't need that. Yeah, we got Ocarina of Time. Let's see what Beach has on here. Literally nothing but the Hyrule Historia, which it came with, Wind Waker HD, which it came with, Bit Trip, Yoshi's Woolly World, and more Zelda. That's it. Oh boy, here we go. Beautiful, beautiful loading screen. Yeah, Bit Trip's a good game. I regret selling my Woolly World. I've never played through the whole thing. I think I gotta play it with my brother, because my brother's like way better at those types of games than I am. And I need like a guiding hand, you know what I mean? The Wind Waker HD 2002 to 2013. So the original came out 2002, the HD version came out in 2013. How old are we? You know? I think it's my favorite Yoshi game. I loved it so much. What's up, Minty? Good to see you. I'm hanging in there. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well. The HD version is so good. So the reason I am playing the HD version a lot like the reason I played the deluxe version of Link's Awakening is just because there's some extra content and quality of life improvements, right? It makes it... There's more to it. More substance, I think. This is what Zelda looked like 20 years ago, and it looked amazing. The Pajama Link run, do you guys like my shirt? I know, just for the new sale, exactly. I'm glad you're doing well, Minty. Let's get started here. I am using the Pro Controller. Looks like I have a file here. Oh, look, 2019 was the last time I played this, apparently. So, February 2019. So 4 years ago, and it is, of course, 100% because that's what we do. Thank you to Pickle for naming our hero, which pretty good name here. We'll just caps. He wants all caps. Bob, that's our hero. Our hero today is Bob. Thank you, Pickle, for the redeem there. And let's get started. We'll watch our beautiful intro here. This is but one of the legends of which the people speak. Long ago, there existed a kingdom where golden power lay hidden. It was a prosperous land, blessed with green forests, tall mountains, and peace. But one day, a man of great evil found the golden power and took it for himself. I just thought of something I gotta tell you guys. With its strength at his command, he spread the darkness across the kingdom. Eric, thank you so much for 4 months. But then when all hope had died in the hour...
Waker. Meech love.
Hour of Doom seemed to have, I think it said set in. A young boy, clothed in green, appeared as if from nowhere. Eric, thank you so much for 4 months. Really appreciate it, man. Going towards our Phantom Hourglass ship parts collection. Wielding the blade of evil's bane, he sealed the Dark One away and gave the land light. Excuse me. This boy, who traveled through time to save the land, was known as the Hero of Time. The boy's tale was passed down through generations until it became legend. But then, a day came when a fell wind began to blow across the kingdom. The great evil that all thought had been forever sealed away by the hero once again crept forth from the depths of the earth, eager to resume its dark designs. The people believed that the Hero of Time would again come to save them. But the hero did not appear. Faced by an onslaught of evil, the people could do nothing but appeal to the gods. In their last hour, as doom drew nigh, they left their future in the hands of fate. What became of that kingdom? None remain who know. The memory of the kingdom vanished, but its legend survived on the wind's breath. On a certain island, it became customary to garb boys in green when they came of age. Clothed in green of fields, they aspired to find heroic blades and cast down evil. The elders wished only for the youth to know courage like the hero of legend. Outset Island. A lovely little intro. I have something to tell you guys. Big brother! So cute, big brother. Look, it's the shirt. Look, we're twins. Big brother. I knew you'd be here. Hehe, this is my favorite spot to gaze out at sea. When I play with the gulls, I call it Errol's Lookout. RL? So do you remember what day it is today? You're still half asleep, aren't you? He's so adorable. Did you forget? Big brother, it's your birthday! Feels birthday, man! That's why Grandma has been waiting for you to come back to the house. She's been waiting a while now. It's a good thing I came to find you. You should probably go home and see what Grandma wants, don't you think? Okay, I think we finally gained control. I can catch up on chat very quickly before I read chat here. I wanted to tell you guys, that whole intro sequence is like this long scroll. And they actually made a physical scroll, which is really, really cool. It's almost, I think it's like almost 8 feet long or something like that. I have it. There's only, I think, there's an unknown number, but I think it's 100 made, or under 100 made. And I've got one. It's one of my most prized items in my Zelda collection. And I can show you guys, because I think I have it available. If not, Yeah, I'll have to show you guys some pictures, but I might have it. I didn't think of it until I saw the intro, but it is incredibly rare and incredibly uh, pricey. I got it for a very good price a very long time ago, and I love that thing so much. It is super, super cool, so I'll have to show you guys that one. Let me just catch up on chat. Sorry, I was involved in the intro there. So they're neck and neck going into Wily 4. And this is Race 3, you said, right? I remember getting back from the mall and popping this game back in 2003. I was hyped. I think I got it for Christmas as the GameCube bundle. I watched my friend and his mom both play through this game when I was at a community college and working at a CD store. 2003 was a good year. This game was such a rush of emotions from the first trailer. When I was angered by the cel shading graphics, you were one of them, which quickly turned to this game is amazing by the time the final trailer came out and when I actually played it. A lot of people, I think, shared that sentiment, Retro. I remember that being a big deal. Link's sister is a peeping Tom, confirmed. She's so cute. Damn, he wasted. Audio sounds good on my end. Not sure if anyone confirmed. Thank you so much, Retro. And Eric? Oh no. I think you're confirming something else. Was so disappointed when the cell shading was announced. So glad Nintendo went that route. This game was amazing. And looked so good. I remember even by the second trailer, I was amazed at how good and fun it looked then. It was such a shock the first trailer didn't show much. Yeah, I remember it being like big drama. I remember people really being disappointed by how the game looked and everything. Retro, thank you for letting me know about the audio. If anybody else has any input, please let me know. If anything needs to be raised or lowered, just let me know and we'll fix it. I did actually, not really spoilies, but I did actually just find this shirt in Tears of the Kingdom as well. Grandma? Look, there's our, it's me and my sister. Can you reverse the controls, the horizontal camera controls? Is that possible? Hey, Grandma. Audio is great, thank you, Nummies. Alright, Retro, no worries. You think I can? Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. I've been waiting for you, Bob. Bob. Try these on. Oh, I don't want to change my clothes. Time certainly flies. I can't believe you're already old enough to wear these clothes. Look at his face. Look at that grimace. You've got the hero's clothes. They look like they might be a little warm for this weather. Don't look so disappointed, dear one. Just try them on. Today is a day to celebrate. It is the day that you became the same age as the young hero spoken of in all legends. You only have to wear them for one day, so don't look down. Be proud, child. I do love this shirt, the lobster shirt, man. It's so good. In the olden days, this was the day boys were finally considered to be men. They were taught the ways of the sword to prepare them for battle with their enemies. But we don't live in such an age any longer. Our ways are the ways of peace. Nowadays, I suppose Orca is the only one on the island who still knows anything about swordplay. I love that shield too. Hanging the family shield on the wall as a decoration is another tradition that has been carried down from those days. Does this all make sense to you? I guess so. Isn't that nice, Bob? They suit you perfectly. A perfect fit. Well, tonight, I'm going to invite the whole town over for your birthday party, so I'd better start getting ready, shouldn't I? Your grandma's going to make your favorite soup for you tonight. I just know you're looking forward to it. Now go get your sister, Errol. RL. Maybe we'll just call her RL. Did you ever tell the story about your speeding ticket or crash when it was supposed to be funny? The crash was not funny. The speeding ticket. Also not funny, but just maybe a little funny, but more of just an interesting story. I'll probably save that for like a speedrunning day. Because of the treasure check animations, we would go around for months, and anytime someone would hand us something, we'd spin around and hold it up to the sky. Let's see if I can change my controls real quick. Yes, I would like to continue. Controller. No! What do you mean? Oh no! I didn't even do anything. Oh no. Now hang tight. I have to grab my gamepad. Oh no. Oh, I don't want the gamepad. Let's try this again. Pro controller. Yes, okay. Down is what I want. Gyroscope UI display. Oh, reverse up and down. Can I reverse left, right? Son of a gun. So I can't reverse horizontal controls. Well, that's kind of a shame. We'll get used to it. It's fine. Hey, what's up, November? We are doing Windy Boys. Retro, you probably know better than I do. Does the Wii U gamepad ever shut off if you don't use it, or is it just always on? Should I be concerned that it's just on? I don't remember. It's been so long since I've played this. Hope you're doing good today, November. Mr. Cab won race 3, and it was very close. Oh, wow. I feel like it was always on. It probably was. Nice job. I'll just leave it next to me. Hope that that it's okay. Yeah, I don't like the horizontal. So I'm gonna struggle probably during battle and stuff, because I want the horizontal controls reversed. Oh, see, already I'm messing it up. But I can't seem to do that. Fuzzy is set to win on the other race, and that you said was already race 3, right, Nummies? Oh no. Hey, what's up, Gecko? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Ah, hello, big brother. Did Grandma make that outfit for you? Oh, wow. You look like you'd be way too hot in those clothes. I guess they're pretty neat, though. So anyway, Bob. Can you close your eyes and hold out your hand? Just for a second. I'm going to give you my most treasured belonging. But just for one day. Happy birthday! I didn't even close my eyes and hold out my hands, like she asked me to. You got the telescope. This is your sister's most precious belonging. Treasure it dearly. Set it and use it. Do it now and see what you can see. Using the gamepad, you can also touch and slide items to set them. Neat. So, well, do you like it? I'm letting you borrow this special gift because you're my big brother. Aren't you lucky? Oh, why don't you try it out? Right now. Try looking over at our house from here. Okay. What's up, October? Good to see you. My shirt. Oh yeah, Geo and Cab. Okay, that makes more sense. Pudsey and Rocket are on race 2. Who won race 1? Can't seem to... Yeah, I mean, I am. Like, what do you want me to do? There we go. Does that make you happy? Postman looks kind of weird, doesn't he? Ah, Bob, the sky! Look up in the sky! Nope. Oh, gosh. Where? Hang on, zoom out. There's a seagull. Where? These controls... Oh my gosh, this is going... I can't figure this out! All the controls are wrong. Oh no! Budsy, race 1, race 1. Oh no! Didge. Bob, this is so terrible. That girl fell into the forest. She needs help. But it's too dangerous for you to go in there without something you can use to defend yourself with. It's dangerous to go alone, you might say. I think we do have to reverse the... Like, keep up and down standard. I really... Oh! What am I, dumb? Where was that? Oh my goodness. Alright, everything's fine. How did we not see that? Budsy run 1 race 2. GG's to Budsy. Jeez. So does this... Oh, this feels better. Okay, now we're good. This feels much better. What you doing? Weirdo. Hello. Hey Bob! Press ZL right there and use A to talk to me. Try it. That's correct, you're a smart one. You, my friend, have just targeted me. Yeah, you look like a target. You see, when you press ZL, you can target certain objects. I, for one, use it quite often to talk to folks who are far away from me. Do you? Is that what you do? You don't just scream like you did at me a few seconds ago? Of course. Even if there isn't anything around to target, you can press ZL to face forward. You know, it's quite handy indeed. There are a myriad of other ways to use targeting as well. Quite an ingenious little thing, if I do say so myself. Of course, that's not the only trick in my bag. Not remotely. I can teach you a few more things. You just climb up that ladder over there and drop by my room. That was some racket outside, wasn't it? On another topic entirely, maybe it's just my age, but lately, I've had quite a hard time seeing things from a distance. Yeah, well, I have a telescope, so how does that make you feel? Kind of like Toon Link when they revealed him. I remember... I mean, what are we talking about? It was probably revealed in 2002, right? Most likely. I was 11. I didn't really have a problem with it. I know I just played, you know, like Ocarina and Majora, but I don't really remember having any issue with the whole Toon Link thing. So soon, my, if you're already old enough to be wearing those clothes, then it's going to be very important for you to gather as much wisdom as you can from now on. If you're to make your way into the world, that is, Bob. Now, I've been studying a wealth of topics since long before you were born. I'm what you call a brain of all trades. Is that what you would call it? You're a smart little fellow yourself, aren't you? I've been thinking it's time for me to pass some of my wisdom down, and you're the one I should pass it down to. Everything that you see, tacked to the walls here is something I've researched thoroughly. Before you ask, yes, I do know my filing system is odd. Organizational issue aside, it's all extremely useful information. You would do well to read it very carefully. Reading leads to knowing, you know. Uh-oh. Speaking of your walls. Such a racket, can't you keep quiet? You've knocked everything off my shelves. You dreaded hooligan. I'm gonna use that as an insult from now on. Honestly, the hooligan I'm referring to is my younger and much less intelligent brother who lives just downstairs. He hates studying all day, every day. The lout just exercises and practices with his weapons. Does he exercise his brain? No. The brain's a muscle too, I think. Anyway, the only thing he does study is the art of fighting. Right now, for instance, he's been studying fencing and whatnot, as if that's of any use to anyone. He simply doesn't know how to do anything besides exercise. I ask you, what's a brother to do? I don't know, man. I just saw it as a new Zelda game, and changing up the graphics was just fun. People that don't like don't like Breath of the Wild and the sequel, more or less the same style. I mean, I guess they just wanted the realism from Zelda games, which is, you know, understandable, and eventually they, you know, it happened in Twilight Princess where they got that super realistic. I think what the issue is that there was some teaser out there that showed a very realistic version of what was to be, and that I think eventually became Twilight Princess, but people were disappointed by the fact that that's not what they got immediately, because that's what was expected at the time, obviously. I assumed all of this knowledge has been kept from Link until this point. Apparently. I do love Toon Link now, and even before it came out, I was just shocked when it... Yeah, I think that was, yeah, the initial reaction is that was mostly just shock. Yeah, exactly, the Space World teaser. He has a neighbor on the island he lives on. So this is Sturgeon that we're talking to. So he's a very large fish. You know, this is just tutorial stuff explaining the basics. I'm not going to read through all that and bore you guys. Instead, let's head downstairs to his brother's house. And this is Orca. He's a much larger, not fish. Oh, what is the matter, Bob? You have an urgent look about you. Has something happened? Whatever it is, the look on your face I suspect is no laughing matter. What say you, Bob? Ah, you have come for some serious instruction of the way in the world, of the way of the sword. In the way of the sword, even. Yes, sir. Alright, here we go. Very good. Your first lesson shall be the horizontal slice. Face me and press B. Do not fear for my safety. Ha! Did I win? Good. Keep coming at me until you hear me say very good. Bop, 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 bop. Very good. Next is the vertical slice. Hold Z out to target me and press B. Keep swinging. Very good. Next is the thrust. Target with ZL and tilt L forward, or toward me, and press B. Right. Very good. Keep thrusting. Hey. That's what I was doing. There we go. Next is the spin attack. Hold B briefly to build up your strength and then release it. Or rotate once and press B. Quick spin. There we go. No, I'm trying to get the quick spin. Next is harder. This is the parry attack. Target with ZL until you see A, and then quickly press A to perform a defensive strike. I love the parry in this game. Very good, and again. Very good. Now finally, the jump attack. Draw your sword, target, and press A. Come at me once more. Did I win? That was a fine display. We did it, guys. I know how to use a sword now. And yet, I sense a certain anxiousness in the sword you hold. An eagerness that goes far beyond the mere desire to be wielded on the fields of battle. Do not know what has happened. I have faith in you. Somehow I doubt you will misuse that sword. You may have it, Bob. I give it freely. Take the blade with you. Strange sentence. Yay, we got the sword. That's the animation Nummies was talking about. Use it wisely and carefully. You don't want to let down the kind old man who entrusted it to you. Since the olden days, this sword has been used to fend off evil. Its blade is infused with the desire to become strong and righteous. Be strong, Bob. There had been a few cel-shaded games before, and I really liked the look, so I thought it was pretty cool. A playable cartoon. What's to hate? Again, I don't think it was necessarily hate. I think it was more surprise and disappointment. Surprise, then disappointment. Just because of that Space World teaser that we were talking about. It wasn't what people were used to seeing or what they thought was going to be the next Zelda game. What you doing? I just saw a wild pig. Oh, see, look, the black one there. Don't you see him? This is perfect. My wife was just telling me how she really wanted a pet. Ready to go grab it, Bob? Now you can just run up to it. You can't just run up on it. Pigs are too alert to their surroundings for you to just jog up and capture one. You have to crawl slowly behind it, slowly. Also distract it with bait, I guess. Yeah, that's... Good luck with that. So retro if you're... Are you still hanging about? No entry. The forest paths are closed until suspension bridge repairs are complete. I may be playing some Zelda on the side. I just wanted to know your opinions about what's going on in the NBA and the NHL currently. What do you make of it? I don't know if you were able to watch last night at all. Some. Are we all not playing some Zelda on the side? Denver winning, not surprising, although I didn't expect a sweep. I'm very happy about it. I am, not only am I not a fan of LeBron, I'm also just not really the biggest LA fan. Heat are playing Unreal and I love it. I hope they win. Actually, that would be even funnier. The Heat won. I mean, I wouldn't be sad if Denver won, but I think I would like to see the Heat win. I like Florida teams. I have connections to the Florida teams and everything. I do like the Heat, so I'd rather see them win, but I wouldn't be like super upset if Denver won. Fairy fountain sight ahead, increase your fortune. But I was very happy about the sweep. LeBron, a bit of a sore loser last night. I don't know if you happened to see that. Just left the court immediately after not being able to handle the shot in clutch time. That made me laugh. Each's Florida man confirmed. Nummies, thank you for the lurk, the big stretch, and the water break. Take care of that. Also the NHL, oh, there was a few rupees there. The NHL, I'm a little bit disappointed, because I did pick Carolina in preseason to win the Stanley Cup. That was my preseason prediction. It looks like they are probably not going to pull this one off. But again, I like Florida, so not the end of the world. Thank you so much, Nummies. Absolutely no way he retires without having a full year retirement tour first. So, I already saw something that he said that he's uncertain if he's coming back to LA, and I know that, like, might hint at retirement, but I think he's, honestly, this is how LeBron operates, and this is why I'm not really a big fan of his. It's like he loses, he can't get what he wants, and now he wants to go somewhere else. And I think the reason he wouldn't stay in LA wouldn't be retirement. I think he wants to go to a different team where he has more win potential. Feels like that guy has everything handed to him, though. It just drives me nuts. Have a busy day at work, but I'll be watching. Have fun in the game. Thank you so much, Nummies. I appreciate it. Still plays better than most. He's just kind of a baby and soft, and I think that's what, you know, drives me nuts about him. Is the constant this. Just looking for everybody to make, you know, get a call for him, have something against the other team. You know, it's just, I'm so just over that kind of play, just expecting the league to hand him everything, and that just doesn't sit well with me. Yeah, the skill is there, I agree. So you can't take that away from him. It's not like he's not a good ball player, but it's just, I don't know, the energy he brings, like I said, it feels like he's a sore loser. Him walking off the court immediately last night after not being able to, and as soon as he tried to take a shot, you saw the hands go up again. Like, oh, how come that wasn't a call? Because not everything is a foul. Bot, right? Hey, what's up, Tech? Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. GG's on your multiple PBs last night, man. I will forever be a Kobe fan. Me too. I absolutely loved Kobe Bryant, man. What an absolute legend. Yeah, he just did what he needed to do, exactly. No complaints. Didn't look for, you know, a bunch of calls or anything. He just did his job. And it was so nice to see. You're doing good, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Three PVs. I saw the second one. Because that was after Shawing had raided you. But I missed the third one. Wait, how do you... Oh, ZR is crouch. Ooh. Spooky. I forgot about, like, the musical hits in this game. That's such a nice little touch. But yeah, I'm hoping for Miami to win, but I would not be upset if Denver ended up winning. Very Fountain Sight. You never played this one? I would definitely recommend it. This is a lot of people's favorites, I think. People seem to really like this Zelda game. The spot marks the remains of an ancient fairy fountain. The legendary hero was said to come here after battle, so the fairies could ease his weariness. It's also said that whoever met with the great fairy who lived here was blessed with great fortune, so it came to be known as the Fountain of the Fortune Goddess. Great. Too bad I don't have something to move this giant boulder. Can I pick it up? It says I can. A podcast I listened to recently suggested the Zelda timeline doesn't actually exist. Each game is its own story or legend told by completely different people and cultures in Zelda universe. They don't tie together. They're the same story, just told differently. Starting to think that's the solution to the whole branching timeline thing. I actually like that. Like, because of how myths and legends and everything work, and obviously this game literally be called The Legend of Zelda, I actually really like that theory, in that it could just be people, it could just be word of mouth, and, you know, getting the details mixed up, right? I think that's really cool. I like that a lot. I'm good with either. Favoring Denver, but Miami is a-okay. What about NHL? What do you think, Retro? You have any preferences? You have any predictions? Oh no! Personally think... Oh gosh, Spolstra, is that how it's pronounced? Hang on one sec. I'll just take care of these jokers. Ah, hello. Hello, blonde-haired girl. One sec there, Jedi. I will read, but we're in a cutscene here. Ouch! I like his Cinnabon belt. Wow, what's with that get up? Well, whatever. So where am I? Wait, should I give her the Zelda voice I've been giving the other like the other girls in the Zelda games? Like when I did Link to the Past, they all had like that Valley Girl accent, all the maidens. Should I give that to her? She doesn't seem like she would have that. Oh, that's right. The giant bird came in. Miss Tetra. Tetra, what a cool name. Oh, thank goodness, you're safe. When I saw you dropped on the summit, I thought for sure you'd... Summit? So that bird dropped me on top of a mountain? It's like so out of place. Well, wasn't that nice of it? Well, don't just stand there, let's go! Time to repay our debt to that bird in full. But miss, what about this boy? Don't worry about him, come on! Bye. Valley Girl is better than the current Zelda voice? I'm assuming you mean the voice actress for the new Zelda games. In which case, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Hoi, big brother! Errol, isn't she just the cutest? Isn't she just so cute? We need more Errol in our life. They didn't do anything with her. Like, she's such a cute little character. Like, they couldn't give us a figurine or anything. No! No, put her down! Brother! Yeah, what did you think you were gonna do? Ugh, stupid kid. Get a hold of yourself. She's gone. There's nothing you can do. Poor Errol. What? Want to come with us on our ship? Do you understand what you're asking? We're pirates. Can't you tell by my accent? You know, pirates, the terror of the seas. What do we get out of bringing some helpless little kid along with us? I'll tell you what we get: a headache. I know how you must feel, your sister having been kidnapped and all, but that doesn't really have anything to do with us, now does it? How do you figure that? Whoa there. Just who are you? Where do you get off butting in on someone else's conversation? Please. All I mean to say is that if you big bad pirates hadn't come to this quiet little island, that poor girl wouldn't have been snatched away by that bird. Hey, you're a bird, why don't you do something? And just what do you mean by that? Be quiet for a moment and I'll tell you. Okay. Now as my work entails delivering letters, I spend much of my time traveling amongst the many different islands. As a result, I hear many things. Haven't any of you heard word of that young girls have been getting kidnapped lately from all regions of the Great Sea? No matter. Whether you've heard of it or not, that seems to be the case. Young girls with long ears like yours have been getting kidnapped, never to be seen again. And unless my eyes fail me, that young girl who was just kidnapped from this island also has long ears, does she not? Much like you do, Miss Fearsome Pirate. My point is that the bird mistook that poor girl for you, and that's why it grabbed her. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was young Bob here who saved you from the monsters in the forest, wasn't it? How do you know? How would you know that? You weren't there. You were down here. Is this true? Oh, and while I'm at it, I may as well tell you that the bird kidnapped both you and Bob's sister and made his foul nest to the north, not to be confused with his foul nest with a W, on the heights of the Forsaken Fortress. Forsaken Fortress? Isn't that place where... So, what are you going to do? Under the circumstances, I don't think it would be unreasonable for you to give Bob a little help now, would it? I don't need you to tell me that. Even if I were to consider it, lately I've heard nothing but evil rumors about this Forsaken Fortress. You can't possibly mean to go there with nothing but that cheap little sword. That's not brave, it's stupid. I mean, come on, even a simple little island like this has to have something you could use as a shield. You know, something to protect yourself with? Anything? Tell you what, if you come back with something like that, we'll let you stow away in our ship. Oh, and one more thing. Once we leave, you won't be coming back here for a while, so you'd better say goodbye to your family while you have the chance. I just did. I mean, she's gone. I don't want you getting all weepy-eyed and homesick on me. All right, catch up on chat a little bit here. Florida or Dallas at this point, since Carolina is screwed. I'll take Florida. I think someone will win and a lot of other teams will lose. He's doing solid on the coaching job. Oh, is one of the best coaches in the NBA. He's consistently kept his team in the playoffs. Yeah. I agree. I can see where some of the Breath of the Wild mechanics started. Yeah, really. You like the Zelda voice in the new games, Retro? I'm not a big fan. Look at that bird. It's so big. Becky. Look, it's a crab. Can I catch it? Put it in my inventory. A big fat flightless bird. I missed a bit. Do they refer to the birds as the Rito? They haven't said, and I suppose I won't spoil it. But it hasn't been explicitly said yet, so you haven't missed that. Excuse me, child. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Zelda's voice in particular in the you know, the new series of Zelda games, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. It's definitely not my favorite. I feel like it doesn't fit very well. It's not to say that she's a bad voice actress. I just don't feel like it really fits with everyone else. You can't stand any of the English voice acting. You have yours set to Japanese. You know what? That's not a horrible idea. I would say it's not, you know, I'm not gonna go out and say like they're bad voice actors. I just feel like a lot of it is unfitting. Not keen on voice acting in games in general. It's usually not good. That's how I feel. I'm glad I'm not alone on that, especially in a Zelda series. Having those little reactions, like when you talk to some of the NPCs, when they're just kind of chilling, and they're not big cutscenes, and they make like those little noises. Like I think that's all well and good. I'm fine with that, but like the full-on cutscene voice acting, I'm really not that big of a fan of, personally. And again, I'm glad that's not just me that feels that way. Especially like again in a Zelda game in particular, it feels even more out of place because we're so used to Zelda being more of like this silent game. And it just, you know, it just doesn't feel fitting. Oh, Bob, you look cute as a bug in that outfit. I suppose I should congratulate you on your birthday, shouldn't I? Well, to tell the truth, I could congratulate myself too. We just finished building our little hutch and paddock today. Isn't it a delightful addition to the place? I was actually thinking of getting a pet and keeping it here. The boys would really like the boys would really like that, I'm sure. Boys love pets. I wonder what kind of animal we should get. What do kids like these days? Listen, dearie, if you see any good pets around here, be a lamb and just bring one here. You mean like the pig I just put in the pen with you? If you do, I'll give you a little reward. Oh, but we won't tell your grandma about it, will we? Hello, yes, I gave you a pig. Why? Did you bring that little piglet all the way here just for me? Oh, thank you so much. I've been thinking of getting a pig for a while now. The boys will be so happy when they get home. You, sweetie. Did she say thank you? Or did she just say you? Okay, Bob, hold out your hand. This is your reward. Don't spend it all in one place. That's the most condescending thing you can say to a child when giving them money as a gift. Why, this little darling is cute as a button. You know, it's so cute I wouldn't mind having even more of them. Say, Bob, did something happen to you? You don't look well. She said something else. Hey, what's up, Corey? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. I think just picking up feral pigs and throwing them at people's houses. That's how we do. Sage's grunts are going to be your new notification sound. What's up, Future? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. How are you doing? How was Resident Evil last night? We had a good time. So right now I'm just doing a little teeny itty bitty rupee gathering here before we continue. Although I don't remember where the third pig is. Did you bring me another piglet? Oh, were you all worried about this little guy would get lonely hanging out inside the fence all by himself? That is the sweetest thing I've ever heard. Thank you so much for bringing us yet another family member. Here's a little something for you. Bob, wicked. Thanks. If you find any other little piggies, you know where to bring them. There is a third one. Oh, is he? Oh, I think he's on the other side. Also, I can do this little bit here. Wow, it's a lot less sensitive than the Ocarina / Majora. It's also the first game with yellow rupees, if I'm not mistaken. The new little addition. The other pig around here somewhere? There he is. Get back here. Where's Mega? This is all for Mega right here. Leave me alone, child. I mean, I'm literally a child myself, aren't I? Like 10 years old. Ah. Oh, look at this one. You sure do know where to find the cutest pigs on the whole Great Sea. Hey, oinker, oink, oink. Interesting. Oh, now things will be ever so much more lively in the pen. It'll be like a big pig jamboree in here. Thank you so much. Well, that's right. I can't let you leave without giving you a present. Happy birthday, Bob. I guess I'd better think up some names for those little oinky woinkies, huh? Yeah, we're done here. I'm no longer talking to you. There's Meg. Thank you so much for the lurk, man. Hope you're doing well. We just went pig collecting. Trying not to Z-target. Pig crazy. Excuse? Did I just like clip through the Hello? What just happened? Okay. Alrighty then. Let's try that again. New speedrunning hack unlocked. Abuses clips to save time and enter. Oh, I didn't actually clip through the floor. It's just that we couldn't see the hole there. I see. But it did genuinely look like a clip. I thought there was a chest up here, but perhaps not. The fact that I can't use my sword is a little bit annoying. The rupee collection, you'll see, there's a reason I'm doing this. Come on. It's not just because I'm greedy. There's no chest around, eh? Oh well. To do some lunchtime chores, no worries, Retro. Are you off today, Retro? I know you had a holiday yesterday, but are you off as well today? Ah, maybe this is what I'm thinking of. This might be it. Chest, there it is. Okay, now we're talking. GG theft. Okay, now the whole reason for all of this. Quite a lot of rupees in these grass here. Love this song. The music in this game is so good. Genuinely one of the best soundtracks, I think, in Zelda. I think my personal favorite Zelda soundtrack is Twilight Princess. I love the music in that game so much. It's so, I don't know, so calming and nice. But this has an amazing soundtrack. I'm a huge fan of it. Hard same on Twilight Princess. Music is phenomenal. You know what, October? You and me got some good taste, I think. What do you guys think, those of you who are playing Tears of the Kingdom, what do you think about the fact that, like, the majority of the music is just reused from Breath of the Wild? Because that annoyed me. Like, I'm still very bothered by that. I'm unhappy. You think it's nice? I wish they had done something new. Like, there was already... The music in Breath of the Wild was already very atmospheric and not really present. They could have written a new score. They could have had new songs for different areas, but... You do enjoy the music a lot, but they definitely could have done some more. Just the music was reused. Well, think about it this way. When they made Majora's Mask, they rushed to make that game in a year. They used the same assets and the same engine as Ocarina of Time, but they made it a completely new game, completely new music and everything. They rewrote the score. And like, they had 6 years to make this game and they didn't rewrite any of the music? Are you kidding? I have to listen to the same music I heard in 1,000 Hours in Breath of the Wild? You don't like the music in Breath of the Wild at all? I'm glad we're on the same page there, Mega. Basically feels like there's no music, and I get it's supposed to have that atmospheric feel to it. There's a lot of reuse, so it makes sense. Well, yeah, and I get that, but again, my argument to that is they didn't do that in Majora. They had a single year to make that game, and they went all out. Yeah, and they're good at writing. Exactly. They could have written new music in 6 years. Here's the same place though, so having some of the same music makes sense. Yeah, that's fair enough, but I don't know. I think we could have gotten different renditions at the very least. All their efforts into making another huge map, nothing left for music. In 6 years, that's a different person though who handled, you know, the person who's making maps doesn't handle the music, right? And vice versa. Like, come on. I feel like they could have put more effort into it personally. That's why it's a bummer to me. Oh, customer, welcome to Beetle's Shop Ship. Ideal in pretty much anything and everything. You have anything you don't need? If you do, show it to me and I'll pay top rupees for your junk. Or, do you see anything you'd like to buy? By the way, this is the introduction of Beetle to the Zelda series, right? This is the first time we ever see Beetle. Yes, I will take a bait bag. Thank you so much. It has 8 pouches for storing bait. You're the greatest, I'll never forget you. I'm going to make a member's card just for you. When you buy lots of things and build up your points, something good will happen to you. Something very good indeed. My shop is kind to its customers. No other shop will do this sort of thing for you, I'll have you know. You have 1 point saved up. You should try to save up 30 points so you can earn a silver membership. And we can, perhaps we can do that. Not immediately, but we can get a little bit of a head start here. So we get our Hoi pair? I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I'm gonna grab a couple of the Hioi? Hioi? Maybe we'll just say Hioi pair. I'm gonna grab a few of these, since I do have quite a bit of rupees here. We will be needing at least one of these soon. So I apologize for the constant thank you. I'll get one more. And I will grab some bait as well. I love Beetle so much, little weirdo. You got all-purpose bait. Animals would be drawn to this gourmet pet food the moment you put it down. It has 3 portions. I don't think I read the description for Ohio repair, but you'll see what it does if you don't already know. Now I have 8 points saved up. Let's get 10 points. Let's get a head start here. We'll get 10 points. What do you think? Oh, I don't need any more than I already have. All right, you know what? Then I'm grabbing a pair. Oh, I don't need it. Oh, it's because, oh, I filled up my bait bag. That's why. Okay, so we've got 9 points. Let me catch up on chat. With everything they added to the new game, they could have added a new score. Thank you, Jedi. Thank you for being on board. Once I jump into Redacted for the first time, there was a guitar sound, and I was like, yes, music, and then nope, the sound effects that play every time you access that. And so, I have a small gripe with the fact that there is no, like, overworld score or anything with that. I would prefer a score. I would prefer to have music throughout the game like we do in most Zelda games. But I understand the kind of theme that they were going for in terms of they did want that atmospheric feeling and didn't want it to be, you know, constant upbeat music or whatever. I get it. That's fine. If that's the choice you're going to make, I understand it. But not writing a new score, not writing new music for different areas, or even like having like the same sounds repeating that from Breath of the Wild. Like you couldn't have. I felt like it just feels super low effort to me, and that's what's upsetting. Ocarina Majora, like different towns and whatnot, far from each other. Yeah. This is why I need you to finish the game so I can go off. You're gonna be waiting a long time, Health. A long time, buddy. We can't pay the composer, we're cheap. I play classical music a lot when I play. Oh, you just like have music on in the background. I didn't mind it so much since we were literally going to the same places a lot of the time. But for me, going to the same places, like I would like to, I don't know, I would like to hear new music or new atmospheres for those places. Like if I'm going back to a place that I was in Breath of the Wild, I don't know, I would like to hear something new and updated. Like revamped maybe, at the very least. I don't know, that's just my opinion. He's a funny little guy who makes funny little noises. Rare footage of Beetle before he took up hiking and got jacked. He's super ripped in Breath of the Wild. Shouldn't put Skyward Sword music in it. Oh, they should have put Skyward Sword music in it. Okay, well, so that whole quest that I got sidetracked from, we were supposed to get our shield, if you remember, and it's not there! What happened? Hey, where's my shield, Grandma? You thief. Okay, this part's actually kind of sad. Bob. Is this what you're looking for? That is a beautiful shield. I do love that. Take it with you. You got the hero's shield. This is the legendary shield said to have been used by the hero himself. Too bad it looks nothing like the one that they're referring to. But who am I to say? Yeah, his facial expressions are amusing, I agree. I guess that's true. Errol, let's just call her RL, just because we've got a buddy called RL. And it's close enough. RL really has been kidnapped, hasn't she? What kind of monster could take such a sweet young child? So sad, man. I love the Skyward Sword music except for the farting saxophone in the summit. Wow, I don't remember. He's super expressive in this game. Yeah, he is. ORL. Alright, thanks, Grandma. Alright, I've got a shield. Need a link done ripped from this game? Are you volunteering? It's a subtle sax. I'll point it out when you get there. Definitely, yeah. I'll probably hear it like when we get to that point, but I don't remember it offhand at all. Alright. Wow, that's a decrepit old shield. Are you sure you can still use that thing? Are you gonna get splinters and cry? Oh wait, I forgot about her her voice. Well, whatever. If you're ready, then let's go. Are you ready? Yep. If I knew how to use models, then I'd probably make one. I might be able to figure it out. It was a topic of conversation during your stream, so you'll never forget it. Alright, bye. Bye, everybody. Bye, Grandma. I'm gonna be off to save my sister. Good luck, Bob. Good luck finding RL. I've already forgotten. Take care of yourself. Bye. Everybody wave bye. Say bye. Granny. She's so cute. Link's got the cutest family in this game. Ugh. How much longer do you think you're gonna go on? Do you have an estimate? Are you sure you shouldn't just quit right now? Seriously, think about it. I can tell you're just going to get more sentimental from here on out. There's still time, you know. Are you sure we shouldn't just turn back around and take you back to your island? Pirates music is also very good. All of the whole score of this game is just amazing. The voice is killing me. Oh man, October, you missed some of the earlier games that we played through. Some interesting voice acting. Bob, listen kid, you can't just stand around on deck. You'll get in everyone's way. I've told Nico to look after you, so you'd better report below decks and ask him what you should be doing. So this is also interesting. We talked about when I was a kid and I played through the Oracle games for the first time, and there's a character named Dimitri, and it's spelled exactly the same way as I spell my name. That was like such a big thing for me as a kid because it had an uncommon name. And that was super fun to find out. And then this game came out right after, and my brother's name is Nico, and it's also spelled the same way. So that was super, super cool. So there's a Dimitri and a Nico both in Zelda games. Into the big blue, boys. Turn the ship full to starboard. We head for the northern seas. Listen, Shrimp. You're really creeping me out, standing there like that. So quit it, yeah? Stay out of my way. Way out of my way. Go down below and find Nico. They overdid it with the snotty kid. I agree, Future. I don't understand. I guess that's like a thing in Japan where that's just like a usual thing that they do, because I've seen it in way more than just Zelda. It's in a lot of stuff, but yeah. I'm not a fan of that either. I had no idea you were such a good impressionist. That's my Patrick Warburton. Their name's Bob, right? Hehehe. That's one weird get-up you got on there. So what's the deal? Is that popular back on your island or what? Now that I think about it though, I think I've seen an outfit like that somewhere before. Hello?
That Nico didn't make out half bad, with you being the new Swabby and all. New Swabbies always get stuck doing the hardest work. It's a real raw deal, but hey, I'll tell you, it sure sounds like Nico is happy to finally not be on the bottom rung of the pirate ladder. You bet he is. Hey, but don't sweat it. I'm sure he'll do just fine, so long as you don't disobey him.
How are you not on the bottom rung of the pirate ladder? Snot Kid grosses me out, the damn pig in Animal Crossing. Yeah, exactly. It's like a super common thing they do. Like with characters in Japan. I don't know why it's oh, I don't like it. I'm with you guys on that. Link strong. Hua! Stop right there. This is Miss Tetra's cabin. Most of us are real pirates. Most of us real pirates aren't even allowed in here. There's no way we're letting an outsider in. Don't even think it. What if I persuaded... Oh, I can't take out my sword. Oh well. And there's good old Nico. There's my brother. So, let me, I'm gonna do my best impression of my brother here. Oh, well now, ahoy there, Swabby. As of today, ahem, I'm your superior, Nico. We sound similar, my brother and I. We have similar voices. Now, I promise I'll go easy on you, so do as I say, okay? Right, now first of all, you have to take the test that all the new pirates have to take. It's a bit of a doozy, so get ready. You watch everything I'm about to show you real careful like, so you can cram it into your no doubt mushy swabby brain. Okay. I was gonna say that's just you. First off, you gotta press the switch. This is the only easy part. It's easier to see horrible survivor horror game than enemies with horrible survivor horror game enemies than snotty characters. I'm with you on that. I'm with you. Just walk up to it until they'll step on it. Presto, switch pressed. Yeah, that is the easy part, eh? How many tries do you guys think this is going to take me with the controls here? Now check it out. After the platforms rise up from the floor, you got to jump on them. What a wind-up. Okay, so I was able to jump to this first one myself, but the next one is too far, right? That's when you got to do this. Show me. If you jump right at the rope, you can grab on and use it. You can grab onto it and use L to swing, or the control stick to swing. Swing until you get close enough to the next platform, press A to let go to jump on it. Bam. What a gamer. Do you think you get how to do it? You have to swing from platform to platform to try to get to the entrance of that room over there. Here's the problem though, Swabby. Those platforms only stay raised for a little while, so if you don't get there by the time they drop, you'll have to start all over. What kind of crap is this? Also, I didn't see you use any other ropes. You just ended up there. It'll probably take you at least 1 year before you're good enough to make it all the way there. One rough year, one tough year, full of bumps and bruises. Of course, if you manage to do it faster, I'll reward you. Now give it a try. This ought to be good chuckle for... Just ought to be good for a chuckle or two. Okay. So... Let's go for it. Blood and gore? Cool. Snot and spit? Please get it the whole way for me. I'm totally with you guys. I'm not a big fan of like the gross out humor and stuff. It's not my thing. The targeting, you can do it. I believe in you. What do you mean? Hey, what are you doing? You have to jump and make it over here. Falling isn't part of the program, Swabby. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. When you're hanging onto a rope, you can tilt the control stick to change direction, hold the R to stop, tilt L to climb up and down. If you don't like the angle of the next jump. I just missed my jump, that's all. Don't worry about it. That's the easiest part. You can't even get on the switch. The targeting is killing me. 2 tries. Not too bad. What? You did it already? I'm proud to have you as my underling. I wonder if it's okay to just give that to him. I don't see why not. My dad'll get busted. Alright, Swabby, I'll tell you what. You can have the treasure in that chest over there. It's your reward from the great and generous Nico. Hurry and take it before someone comes. Ouch. What do I get? Ooh, I get the spoils bag. You can keep the items you get from enemies in this handy pouch. You can hold up to 8 kinds of items. Hey Bob, we've reached the Forsaken Fortress. Hurry and get up here. What if I don't want to? Is there anything good in these barrels? Likely not. Gah! There's still so much stuff I have to teach you. This is so lame. Ah, well, I guess I can wait till you finish whatever it is you have to do. Oh yeah, you can't roll up steps in this game. I forgot all about that. There's certain Zelda games where you can roll up steps and certain ones where you can't. Hey, Bob, here I am, up here. What were you doing with Nico? Don't tell me you were playing some stupid game for treasure. Were you? Well, whatever. There's something you need to see. Have a look over there. That's the cursed isle known as the Forsaken Fortress. There are all sorts of strange rumors about this place. What I do know is that long ago it used to be a hideout of a no-good group of pirates we used to compete with. They were just small time. Now the place looks like it's pretty dangerous. Ah, I knew it. Look. What am I looking at? Over there, by that window. Have you ever seen so many seagulls flock like that before? Only in the 80s. I'll bet you anything that that's the place where they've got your sister locked up. But it looks like the whole place is under really tight guard. This won't work. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near the landing there. What do we do now? Oh no. What do you think? No! Look, don't struggle. If you really want to get into a dangerous place like that, this is the only way to do it. Trust me. We pirates do this all the time. Don't worry about it. It'll be a piece of cake. Is everybody ready? Never you fear, kid. We're pros. We're gonna launch you good. Yeet! No, my sword. I love that super cartoonish trope. Forsaken Fortress. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to take a very quick BRB. And then we will continue here. And hopefully get our sword back. Alrighty. Let's continue on in the Forsaken Fortress here. Your sword landed all the way up there? Shoot, I'm sorry. I apologize. I guess my aim was a little bit off. That look on your face, priceless. Ha, I slipped this stone into your pocket just before we fired you over there. It's no ordinary stone either. I can see what you're doing through the stone, and obviously you can hear me through it. So if you see A, you better press that button. I've put the stone in your quest status screen. Use the right arrow on the item screen to take a look. It's pretty basic, like you. Hey, but listen carefully. I need this back after you saved your sister, so don't go losing it, you understand? Alright then, down to brass tacks. Courtyard is awash with searchlights, so they'll see you right away if you just go charging in. Better think it through. Neat. I'm hiding. No, I barely moved. No, I wasn't even in the light. Now I'm in jail. Great job. Ooh. Anyone over there? Wanna let me out? Ooh, we got a dungeon map. Listen up, Bob. There's the monster running the searchlight up there. You can slay the monster, and just maybe it'll shut the searchlight down. Oh, but you're unarmed, aren't you? All you have is a shield. If I were you, I'd use my shield to deflect the monster's blows and see if you could make it drop its weapon. If you did that, you could pick up its weapon with A, but that's just me. What'll you do? I don't know, maybe exactly what you just said. Where the heck did that go? Well, that's not good. That's not how this was supposed to happen. Oh no. I can't really do anything with this down here, can I? Alright, let's try this again. Oh, come on. Disagree with that. Alrighty then. Not going so well. Oh boy, I've really kind of screwed myself here. Can I not move at all? Every time I move even a centimeter. Is this area as not fun as I remember it? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's a bit of a nuisance. I've already screwed up multiple times. This game can be pretty tough. Yeah, a little bit. Can be a bit unforgiving, especially in the beginning. Oh, this is where I came in. That's not where I want to go. You've only played through it once? Nice roll. Got the compass. Come at me, bro. Liking Hyrule Warriors 1. There's a lot of information at first, but I learned what to ignore and how to manage what I need to pay attention to. Yeah, that's definitely one of the big things about those games is it does feel incredibly overwhelming and stressful, and it does take some getting used to. Like, what task do I need to focus on? Forgot my water here. It's half strategy, not just a hack and slash. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm going to constantly roll into things. I was expecting something more like a classic God of War or Bayonetta, but I got a lot more. I don't know either of those games, honestly. We got our first art piece. I don't enjoy today. I'm sorry, November. I hope it goes better for you. Finish training someone to find out I get a ton of training to do myself. Oh boy. Fun stuff. Good luck with your training. Hopefully it goes well. They're linear and you just mash. The other games, you mean? Gotcha. Thank you, November, for the 100.
Hi diddly ho Chatterinos.
There it is. Hi diddly ho. Oh my god, it's Brian. That's him. I don't think I did this yet. Who's Brian? Brian is just the name of the standard TTS voice. TTS Brian. I don't know why, but that's what he's called. You doing, buddy? Alright, I guess he gave up on me. Come at me. I didn't mean to throw it. From like point blank range. Ooh. Our first joy pendant. You can keep it in your spoils bag. You meant to, never let someone know you didn't mean to do something in a fight. True. That is very true. Did I enter this? There it is. Affirm your decisions and actions in combat with the classic take that. Good idea. I almost missed that. Spoken with confidence will unsettle your opponent, despite the fact you just threw your breakfast muffin at them. Oh man, speaking of throwing my breakfast muffin. So, some of you are probably familiar with Wawa. It's just a convenience store in the area that I live in. They've been expanding, so they're fairly big now. And they have everything a typical convenience store has, and maybe a little more. But they have like breakfast pastries and stuff, and I really like their muffins. And so my dad got me a muffin the other day, and they're all individually wrapped. And I pick up my muffin, I go to open it, and I open it from one side, and it just plops right through on the other side onto the floor. The entire other side of the package was already opened. I'm like, well, I guess I won't be eating that. Not because it fell on the floor, but because it's wide open. Like, I'm not eating something that's already been open. That's weird. So, I didn't get to have my muffin, and I was disappointed. I know somebody that's playing this game with a mod that turns Link into Linkle, and she's so cute. Oh man, I need to see that. That would be really cool to see. Is there not? Oh, there we go. Did I do this? I did this. Okay. This one's gone. So did I get all of them? Yes. I did. Great. What kind of muffin was it? Chocolate chip. Linkle always has her hood up. That's really cute, though. Would love to see that. Chocolate chip might be my favorite muffin. I'll do it. I don't know. It's between chocolate chip and blueberry. Both my go-to muffins. Teen lemon poppy seed. I do like a lemon poppy seed muffin, but I find them to be pretty rare. Like I don't see them around often. Blueberry, yeah, man. Blueberry muffins are amazing. Muffins are underrated. We talked recently about like treats and things like that. Like, I think we said like brownie versus cake versus pie versus ice cream. Muffins are super underrated. I would take a muffin over a cupcake. Muffins are amazing. Lemon poppies are hard to find. Buy them at Publix every opportunity. Oh, nice. I don't know the last time I was at a Publix. Just keep the glass sugar off the top. I can take it or leave it. I like it both ways. It doesn't bother me. I do like it. If a muffin does have it, it's not going to turn me off from the muffin. I'm a fan of muffins. Okay, am I done out here? I kind of gave up on... Oh no, you know what? I don't need to give up on the rupees. I can just grab them real quick. Good cookies. I mean, I love a good cookie. And I'm definitely a soft cookie guy. I want a soft, gooey, nice cookie. I don't want any of that hard, crunchy crap. Oh, can I not get back up there? Am I dummy? Oh, I thought I had a way back up. Is there a barrel around here? I don't think I can climb on top of the barrel. No. Ow. I got greedy. I really can't get back up there. There's no crate or anything I can climb on top of. Oh, that's super lame. Does anyone else eat a cupcake by ripping off the bottom and putting it on top of the frosting, turning it into a sandwich? So I've seen that online before. And I was like, that's a really good idea. And then I tried it, and it didn't work for me at all. I've tried it multiple times. I'm like, this is the definitive way to eat a cupcake. Surely this will be lovely. And I've never been able to have like a good experience by doing that. So I've pretty much given up on that one. Also, I hope you're doing well, Moda. You could pour that sanding sugar directly into my mouth. Hard cookies belong right in the trash. Agreed. Cupcake sandwich, classic move. I think it depends on the icing. It's the proper way to eat a cupcake. I've just never been able to, like, get it down. I think it has... I mean... It's never easy for me to eat anything heavy on, like, icing and things like that in general, just because of the beard and the mustache. Yeah, it depends on the consistency of the cake itself. That's a really good point, too. Dude, I don't like Oreos, like... Unfortunately, and Vincent actually just sent me some fudge-covered Oreos, and I was like, oh man, okay, maybe I'll actually like Oreos. I'm gonna try these. Oh, I could have pushed the stupid crate off. I didn't even see that there. So Vincent sent me like the fudge-covered Oreos, and like these. Okay, this is gonna turn me around. I'm actually gonna eat Oreos, and I tried one. I was like, I still don't like them. But they don't go to waste because I was able to give them to people who will eat them. So. I really thought I was excited for them because I was like, I've never seen these before. I'm going to try them. I'm actually going to like Oreos. And no. I'm not an Oreo fan. I'm not a cookies and cream fan. Like, it never really appeals to me. I'm eating Oreos right now. Are you really? Wait, what did I miss? Oh, how are Oreos a hard cookie? When they're soaked in milk. Different ball game. Oreos are god tier, needs milk. Blasphemy. I like that. No, I don't know, man. I don't like Oreos. I don't like cookies and cream. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I'm not the biggest fan. Hey, what's up, Cranberry Dragon? CD. What's up? Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Hope you've been enjoying Tears of the Kingdom. I have not been around because I'm playing it myself, and I'm doing all I can to avoid spoilers. But I hope you've been enjoying it. I've been having a good time with it when I've been able to play. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. I don't really like cookies and cream. It seems they use a substandard ice cream with the cookies and cream low-tier vanilla trying to fake the Riz. Well, I mean, it's still like cookies and cream anything. Like, literally any... Oh gosh, leave me alone. Anything based cookies and cream. It doesn't have to be ice cream in particular. Doing pretty good. I see you're playing my favorite Zelda game to watch. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad to have you here. Yeah, this is Triforce Tuesday, week 21 already. And I haven't played this game apparently in, what was it, 4 years? I think 2019 was the last time I've played this, so and honestly, I can't really remember too much of it. Now, do I need to... I'm okay here. Yeah, what's up, RL? RL, you're in the game, kind of. Kind of. I'd agree with not being big on cookies and cream. Hope you're doing well today, RL. Good to see you, man. Play it when it comes out on Switch, or another new Nintendo device, which maybe never. Yeah, sadly. Sadly, it may be never. I'm in the game. So, Link's little sister in this game, her name is Aryll, A-R-Y-L-L. So I've just decided to call her RL instead, in honor of you, buddy. Don't want to be caught by this stupid moblin. Go save me, I'm trying. Metal Gear Link. I've never played the Metal Gear games. Maybe that's something I can do on a casual Friday someday. Is actually play a Metal Gear game for the first time. Thought Link was an only child. Different links for different folks. Oh, they're very cinematic. Lots of story, but very fun. I've heard good things about Metal Gear. Yeah, I've never played one myself. Don't say it, don't say it. We might be thinking the same thing, October, I'm not sure. Oh, Kinks? I wasn't thinking of Kinks, weirdly. Metal Gear Solid 1 to 4 is the greatest story arc in video game history. Are you being facetious, Alf, or are you being, like, genuine? There it is. See it. Ha! Let me have it. Not really, but it's very, very good. Give me my sword. I'm gonna take this guy out. Yeah, welcome back, Ish Retro. Hope your chores went well. Man, this music's so good. I know that was short-lived, but we will hear it more. Metal Gear Solid 4 has a movie-length cutscene. Are you kidding? Like you're talking 60+ minute cutscene? What? 85 minutes? That is wild. I don't know if I'm down with that. Is that the one that came... It was like it came out on PlayStation and it had multiple discs and you had to have... There's RL. You had to have like a specific disc just for the cutscene. I remember that. I remember my friends talking about that. Yeah, perfect. I don't even have to play the game. What are you doing? Why are you the way you are? Get back here. Oh no, look who it is. Look at Link's eyes. Yeet. Well, I have bad news, RL. I don't think I'm able to save you. GG's on beating the game like it's dead. Metal Gear Solid 4 has a lengthy install on PS3. Oh, is that what it was? Got Metal Gear Solid 1 for Christmas and spent my time in my room when it snowed outside, playing the heck out of that game. I associate it with Christmas. That's cool. Bob. Bob. Wake up, Bob. 75, not 85, but that's longer than some animated movies. Yeah, for sure. On record, Wind Waker speedrun Link Edge %. Lawyers off together, Bob. I don't know what voice to give this character. I'm not going to spoil anything. Well, have you come to your senses yet? Frank Reynolds? I don't know if I can do a Frank Reynolds. You were surprisingly dull-witted. Nice to meet you as well. Did I startle you? I suppose that is only natural. As wide as the world is, I am the only boat upon it who can speak the words of men. I am the king of red lions. Do not fear. I'm not your enemy. Bob. I've been watching you since you went to the Forsaken Fortress to rescue your sister. Why? Why are you watching me? I understand how your desire to protect your sister would give you the courage to fearlessly stand up to anything. But such a bold attempt was so foolhardy. I suppose you saw him. The shadow that commands the monster's spurred. Name is... Ganon. Dwarf. He who obtained the power of the gods attempted to cover the land in darkness, and was ultimately sealed away by the very power he hoped to command. He is the very same Ganon, the Emperor of the Dark Realm the ancient legends speak of. I do not know why the seal of the gods has failed, but now that Ganon has returned, the world is once again being threatened by his evil magic. Tell me, Bob, do you still wish to save your sister from him? I mean, yeah. Will you do anything to save her? Yeah. I see. In that case, I shall guide you as we go forward, advising you on what you should do and where you must go. Ganon cannot be defeated by human hands, let alone by what little strength you possess. Rude. What are you, just roasting me? The key to defeating Ganon is locked away in a great power that you can wield only after much toil and hardship. You understand? No. Oh, yes, I do. In that case, we depart to the Great Sea. But I am getting ahead of myself. It's actually a bit embarrassing for me to admit, but although I am indeed a boat that possesses the power of speech, I possess no sail. A boat with no sail can sail no seas. I mean, it can. It's just the currents will take you. I've brought you far to the east of the dark gaze of the Forsaken Fortress. On this island is a town of merchants who deal in a wide variety of goods. If you search hard enough, surely you can find one who will sell you a sail. I am sorry to ask this of you, but without a sail, I will be useless to you. Okay, bye! I'll go get your sail. This island of merchants is home to many valuable goods. The information they provide you may come in handy during your endeavors at sea, so listen carefully to their words and heed them well. But remember, there is no time to play. Bad news for you. Come back here immediately as soon as your errands are done. No. I'm going to take my time and do a lot of side quests. Because Zelda. This boat uses a... Oh, tow knife. So anyway, I started blasting Ganondorf. Pickle, thank you for the water break. Appreciated. His name is Ganondorf. Now some amazing music again. It's a rowboat if it has no sails. Yeah, exactly. It'd still sail. I mean, it won't... I guess technically it won't be called sailing. What would you call it if it's not... If you're not sailing, are you just rowing? But what if you don't row? Boating? Shipping? Drifting? Yeah, drifting. I'm just a drifter, man. Eagerly awaiting Retro to start streaming Meet Your Jam. Retro, I was wondering, are you off as well today? What did you do? Jam is all caps for the emote, if that's what you mean. Hooray! Thank you oh so very much. Oh, work is slow, gotcha. Here's Tingle's heartfelt gift of thanks. Tingle, tingle, Galaloompa. Come an item. You got a Tingle bottle using Miiverse. That's not dated. You can insert a message you've written and send it out to sea for someone unknown to receive. Set it and use it. Yeah, when you're connected with Miiverse. Very topical. Mr. Fairy, are you familiar with Miiverse? Are we? Are we familiar with Miiverse, everybody? With it, messages put in this bottle can be sent to fairies the world over. Communication of minds, hearts beating as one. And then a little heart, how cute. Just don't write anything unpleasant, okay? Not that I have to remind you, Mr. Fairy. Splendid. Tingle is returning now to his own special island. Will you come find him? I suppose I will. Hello? You okay? I was forgetting something important. Oh, Mr. Fairy, you want to come to my island, don't you? Don't you? Don't you? Oh, I got a Tingle chart. What kind of chart could it be? Head out to sea, then check your charts on the map screen to find out. Open it on the map screen. If you ever need any help with the charts, just leave it to Tingle. Don't ever forget it. Alright, buddy. And if you'd like to give your Tingle bottles that little extra oomph that all Tingles crave, you should check the back of the cell. Check it out right now. Or check it right out, whatever he said. It's unimportant. The last days of Miiverse were unhinged. Miiverse, never heard of her. Oh look, we can send letters in Tingle bottles by using Miiverse. Fantastic. I can't wait to use this. Pick up Tingle bottles that you find lying on beaches or floating in the sea to read letters other people have written. I'm sure I'll find plenty. You can adjust your message settings at any time from the settings screen. Allow Tingle bottles from the Miiverse? Yeah, from anyone. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Sounds good. I love the website that had the best of Miiverse. So many amazing things. Send me a letter. I'll boot up the Wii U. Ooh, let's do it. So what? Help. What do you? First of all, I didn't know there was a website that had the best of Miiverse. That's interesting. And Health, what do you mean by the final days of Miiverse were unhinged? Sounds like there was a story there. You can do it. There we go. I recall a lot of anime. Oh. Okay, wonderful. Let's see if I remember this route. I think I remember it being fairly simple. I think it's like a pattern. Well, there's a blue rupee. Does that mean I'm on the right path? Oh, Pog! Let's go! First try. Sounds about right for the internet. Stranger Things spoilers. Really? Hey, we got the Picto box. We can take pictographs, which of course are pictures, you know? I don't believe the internet would do such things. If you wanted to see Goku's nether regions at the end of his, the end of Miiverse presented many options. This is the man who was streaming Tommy Wiseau Pixelated Dong. Oh my gosh. I have to go back and watch your VOD. Sorry, I missed that one. I'll try not to jam out too much because I know I'm on a bit of a delay in terms of what I hear compared to what you guys hear. It was just an interesting game for sure. Oh, it's a Newgrounds game? Can't wait for it to eventually get flagged and Retro be banned. No! I don't want to lose you. My story is a strange one. I came across cursed seas from a land far away. A land where the blizzards blow violently, heading for this town called Windfall. But dear me, as I traveled, a terrible storm descended and tore my ship to bits. Yet mysteriously, only that escaped without so much as a mark on it. From the looks of you, I would say that you are a traveler as well. Oh yes, indeed. Did you not purchase that from me? It is my one and only heirloom from home. The people of this town do not seem the least bit interested in that, despite the fact that it would help them travel the dangerous seas about their town. What do you think that is? Please, I beg of you. I wish to open a business here in this town, so I'm in desperate need of finances. How does 80 rupees sound? I guess so. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much indeed. I received precisely 80 rupees for it. I can use the funds to finance my new business. Oh dear me, what a happy day. Well, very well, young master. As I promised, please take that. I got it. I got the sale. It was a sale. I don't know why he couldn't say sale. It's a sale. Yes, yes, yes. You have made a good purchase today, my young master. And you have saved my life and business as well. Treasure it dearly. It's the finest sale in the world. It's not. Treat it as such. Yeah, sale for sale. I played that game years ago before I knew what the room was, so I was truly confused back then. Oh, wow. I streamed Mass Effect 2 and Ride to Hell, and the nudity didn't get me banned. What is going on in these games that you guys play? I'm just sitting here playing a cartoon Zelda. He looks like a... I had a Lego minifigure that looked exactly like this when I was a kid. What is house party? What are you doing? Go away from me.
This town is our turf. The turf of the world, famous killer bees. Don't mess with us. Yeah, buzz buzz.
And what if I do?
Hey, just because you're older, I don't think that makes you tough or anything.
I watched the Grumps play it, that's all I'll say. Okay, maybe I should check out Game Grumps then. Oh, this is not where I want to be. House party. Banned on Twitch. Maybe I won't check it out. Sounds maybe like it's not really my thing. Welcome to Miss Marie's School of Joy. I don't think I've ever seen your face around here before, my young scholar. Are you a new pupil? Yeah, I am. Nice little, picture of a girl with a pig and a drawing of our teacher here. Oh look, there's the children. What can I do for you this fine day? We need to talk. I know I may look a bit flashy for a teacher, but I assure you I am one. That's such a weird thing to say. We just met. Like, why are you trying to convince me of your job? I would have believed you. No, I swear, I really am a teacher. I promise. Do I need to prove it to you? There's a chalkboard behind me. I really am a teacher, guys. I know I don't look like one, but I really am. How long has it been since I opened my school here on Windfall Island? 20 years? I don't know, why are you asking me? Ever since then, I've been teaching children of this island about true joy. But I do have a rather joyless problem. There's this delinquent gang of 4 young boys who never listen to a word I say. Even though I wait patiently for those boys to show up, they never come. It's as if they don't want joy in their hearts. Could you please catch their leader, that little boy named Ivan, and talk some sense into him for me? Please, young man, for me? Yeah, let's do it. Oh, thank you so much. You're such a dear. They're such troublesome little boys. I'm at my wit's end over how to handle them. They won't be so mean to a boy their own age, will they? I should think not. I mean, clearly, yes. They will. Good luck, young man. Sus teacher, yeah. Short version, it's a first-person sex simulator. Alright, interesting. It's got very uncomfortable very quickly. I'm a teacher! Check out my white van! I really am! I'm totally a teacher. I spread joy all over the place. That's what a teacher does, right? That's a teacher's job, to spread joy. Has nothing to do with education. Very strange interaction. Like, what a weird thing to say when you first meet somebody. Like, what if I just met one of you guys? Right? I'm gonna just introduce myself. It's like, yo, I'm Dimitri. I'm a Twitch streamer. It's like, oh, that's pretty cool. No, I really am a Twitch streamer. I swear. I know I don't look like one, but I am. I'm really a Twitch streamer. Getting canceled? Why? Why am I being canceled?
Yeah! Yo, bud, you got a problem with us killer bees? Huh, do ya? Don't tell me it's that annoying hag of a teacher again, is it?
You are a horrible little child.
You came here to give us a talking to because Miss Marie asked you to, right?
He does confirm that she is a teacher, though, so that's good news.
Tell us not to skip school, right, bud? Tell us not to be tardy, right, bud?
Why is tardy in quotations?
Well, forget about all that. We're the mighty and invincible gang of the four, the killer bees. Do you think we'd listen to a chump like you? But I'll tell you
what.
bud. If you want to challenge us to a competition, then we'll think about maybe listening a little bit. What do you say, bud? You want to challenge us?
Yeah, I'll take you on. You guys want to start a gang? I want to be the Killer Bees. Yeah, I'm down. Attack of the Killer Bees is a solid Anthrax compilation album. I don't know much about Anthrax.
Okay, your funeral, bud.
Funeral? My funeral. Okay, before I get ahead of myself, let's listen to the rules. Keep in mind that he says, your funeral.
We're gonna go hide somewhere, and if you can find us, we're gonna run. You gotta try to catch us. Easy as that.
It's my funeral.
For hide and seek.
Your funeral. A bit dramatic. Done, I'll make the shirts.
We won't hide indoors or nothing, and we won't leave this island, so look for us around in the shadows and behind buildings and stuff. You catch all four of us, we lose. You got it, bud? Ready? Go!
Yeah, my funeral. I gotta head out. Good luck with the wind waking and breaking. Thanks so much, Cranberry. Good to see you as always. Hope you have a good rest of your day. All right, let's go catch these little twerps. That's what I thought. Oh, what is that stupid cutscene? That's, you know, I'm not even angry. That's an impressive jump for a child that tiny. The rules are there are new rules. Anything goes. Yeah. we raised down the devil's backbone. Yeah, you got me. See you. These children have no fear. It's breaking their knees, man. No, you're... Yeah, I will beat it. I'm on a mission here. Look what you've done. Oh, that's... I disagree. There we go. You're awesome. Thanks. You can keep going, Link. You don't need to just stop right there. Some brave children. What? Easy.
Yeah, you got me.
What if you could attach 30 rockets to one of these kids and shoot them into the sun? That'd be something.
Ah, I can't believe it. You found all 4 of us. You caught us all too. Talk about utter defeat.
What are you? Where are you from?
Looks like we lost our touch, Killer Bees. I guess maybe it's time we chilled out. From now on, we won't cause no more trouble for no one. And to reward your hide and seeking skills, here, take this, bud.
Whoa.
This is our favorite possession, but you've proven that you're worthy. So our bud, the hide and seek master. Oh, and one more thing. We need you to apologize to Miss Marie for us, okay? Counting on you, bud.
I mean, you could just do it yourself. I mean, that would probably be better coming from you.
Yeah, he's from 1920 Chicago, see?
Killer Bees problem solved. That's all it took. That's all it took. What can I do for you on this fine day? You did it, didn't you? You said something to those delinquents for me, didn't you, dear? You can't fool me. I watched it all from the shadow of my door. Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me then? You really are a dear. I'm not your biggest fan. You fill me with joy. I have a reward. I have to reward you. Here's a little spare change. Pog. That wouldn't be Zelda game-like? What's that? What wouldn't be Zelda game-like? Ooh, it's a secret to everybody. You see that? Don't tell anybody. It's a secret to everybody. Teacher watching kids from the shadows. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, teacher watching kids from the shadows. Oh, having another character do it themselves. I see what you mean, yeah. But you know what I mean, like, these children are the ones causing the problems. Like, go apologize for us. Kinda silly. Alright, now...
Hey, sounds like you apologized to teach for us. Good old Miss Marie. Speaking of, bud, did you know it's gonna be Miss Marie's birthday soon? Boss, oh boss.
You think maybe we could give her some kind of present or something?
Don't be stupid. We're the Killer Bees. We ain't no teacher's pets.
Yeah, but Teach loves jewelry and junk more than anything else in the world. What's she into these days? What did she call them? Joy pendants? Really? Where do you find them? Are they just lying around? If we could just find some, we could give them to Teach as a present. She'd be all happy.
Hey, now that I think about it, when I was climbing trees the other day, I saw some sparkly light up on top of some tree in town. What was that?
Maybe that's one of them pendants. What do you think, boss? Nah, that's crazy talk. Yeah, that's crazy talk. Now comes a fun little game here. This won't take all of my time and effort. Matter of fact, I might actually... let's save. In case things go horribly wrong here. Hey, welcome. It's 10 rupees per game for kids. You wanna play or what? Save noise. Boo 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 boo. Yeah, I wanna play. Yeah, okay then, Welcome to the fleet. I am the great Admiral Dolvalski. Look sharp, for we are the sole protectors of this island. Admiral, red alert, all hands on deck. Sonar shows that schools of deadly giant squid are approaching. All ships prepare for battle. What? Where? Ahoo, I see. The Fanes approach. There are 3 squid groups, a large one, a medium one, and a small one.
If we allow them to come any closer, these children on the island will be in grave danger. Sailor, take command to our new radar system to seek out and sink all of these fiendishly hidden enemies. But be warned, you have only 24 cannonballs. To destroy the marauding squid pods, you must score 4 direct hits on the large, 3 on the medium, and 2 on the small. This seems a bit insensitive. Just a little bit. It's just silly. It's not supposed to be anything wrong. Use the cursor to move around and press A to fire a cannon blast. May your aim be true. That is all. That is all the instruction you need. Is that clear, sailor? Aye, aye, sir. What's going on? Excellent. So far, our best sailor has managed to destroy all of the giant squid using only 20 cannonballs. May you fight as bravely. I think there's a tool. I might be wrong. I think there's a tool online that actually helps you with this. You can fill in a few that you've done, and it can tell you where solutions might be. I think that exists. Sploosh. A French-German combo. Sploosh. Got one. Okay, so that's the small squid down. Nice. No. Okay. Okay, big squid down. So we've got the small and the large. We need the medium. Where can we fit 3? All along the border, obviously. You guys think it's on the border? Oh, wow. Lucky break. So this could be either horizontal or vertical. So it could still be... Okay, so it has to be this way. Got it. 20. That was 20. First try was 20? Oh my goodness. Holy moly. I have to do slightly better than that, but that's really good for a first try. Excellent work, sailor. Your deeds have successfully protected the peace on this fair island. We are so very proud. The children on the island would like to thank you, sailor. Yay! So cute. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sailor. Please take this piece of art as a sign of our gratitude. You are so great. Winna winna. So, thanks for playing and all that. I can't tell you how fun it's been for me. And, don't forget your umbrella or nothing on the way out the door. This character is so good. This character is so funny, man. So I think you have to beat the record, which is 20, which I got on the first time there, to get something else. What's his name? Salvatore? I think it's Salvatore. Yeah. It's 10 rupees per game. So let's this, I don't know, it's gonna be really tough. If anybody wants to help out in any way, feel free. If you have any strategies or ideas. Hey, what's up, Streaming Fist? Hope you're doing well. There are not more than 5 musical notes. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, Sun Tzu. Alright, we're already 7 in. Okay. Okay, we got the big one.
Not going so well. Nope. This is not going well. I hit the medium one. Man, when they're lined up along the edge like that, that's tough. Oh, bad news. Sailor, the enemies have retreated or something. Let's try again. I wish I knew, like, definitively what some of the patterns were. Like, where I should be shooting. Okay. Got the big one. Getting the big one out of the way first actually kind of stinks. I'd rather get the small or medium. Take the fourth. If somebody wants to maybe cheat and find out where the other two might be. Man, because the thing is, these, right now they could be hiding anywhere. I don't have anywhere that they couldn't be. I've got, what, 5 hits? So I can only miss one more. I can only have one more miss this whole time. I think speedrunners have an actual program someone made. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about this. Streaming Fist, I mentioned that. I think there's a program that you can use that you fill in certain things that allow you to know what else is on the map. I don't know where to place this. Oh, you have it? Maybe we check it out. I don't know, what do you think? Number of squids killed. 1, and then what do I do? Do I just... Oh no, that's not... Okay, I see. Nobody... Nobody tell my mom. I'm not cheating. I could be here all day trying this. That's the problem with this game. It's not very interesting for you guys to see. Where's this one? 1, 2, 3. That's a miss. So, game is telling me, actually right where my cursor is, where I was about to shoot, that it's likely there's one there. Wonderful. It's worth a shot. Alright, well, game's wrong. Game's actually super wrong. Everywhere is a miss. This is nuts. How could this program be so wrong? Finally got one. Wrong again. This is crazy. So it's telling me... How is that possible? That is literally impossible. I don't know. It was a... Might need to use it from the start to guarantee a win. Let's try it. How do I... Let's reset it. Let's try it out. Now, is there some sort of strategy that you guys use or that I should be using? I like to do... You've seen it. I like to just go here. That is a miss. Okay, that's a hit. Oh my goodness, let's go. How do I... 1. Wow. That was incredibly lucky. That's a miss. that's... Did I mess that up? I did mess that up. That's a miss. That's a miss, and that's a miss. Still not going so hot here. Oh, there we go. We got a hit. No, that's a miss. All right. Okay, it doesn't like this setup apparently. It doesn't like that we found the big ones first, and I totally agree. Tough break. Good start, but a tough break there. So it says on a new... Yo, Sam, thank you so much for the good luck. I hope you're doing well today, man. Good to see you. It's telling me on a new map, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's telling to start there. Wind Waker is a belter. What is a belter, Sam? No, I didn't mean to shoot there. Oh, there we go. We got one. Ooh, it sunk. Nice. Yeah, man, I'm hanging in there. Thank you. Glad you're doing well. Just trying to manipulate our game here, as one does. I'm getting quite unlucky though. It seems 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there we go. That's a hit. Nice. It likes... Wait. What do you mean? Why would you put one there? I didn't sink one yet. There we go. I don't know why. Let me just make sure. That's 2. It likes this area here. Belter means like, oh, a fantastic game? Nice. I like that. I have not heard that phrase before. No! I can't get a win here. I was better on my own. Oh, that's a hit. Well, we won. Excellent work. So what do I win for just winning? Oh. I thought I needed to beat the record for that. I am a bit confused. I thought I needed to beat the record. I will try it again just to see. I'm curious. But I did think that I needed to beat the record. That's interesting. Yeah, you want lower, Mega. You want fewer chances, fewer tries. You don't get 2 charts? I guess we'll find out. Ooh, good start. No, that's a hit. That's a hit. Oh no, this is not good because this is the big one. So that's a miss. That's a hit. And we've sunk 1 ship. Or squid. Yeah, it's the number of tries. we want a 19. This tool is really interesting. Ooh. Could this be the run? What do you guys think? I think it's leading me astray. This is making choices I definitely wouldn't make. That's a hit, and that's gonna be a hit. It's gonna be 2. So, it's giving me this. Yeah, shocker. The problem is, yeah, now we've got to find the smallest squid. And this is the algorithm it's using. This is definitely not choices that I would be making personally. I would be over in this area. I would have been wrong, but I wouldn't have been doing what it was doing. You can only miss 10 times, yeah. I mean, I have done this on my own without any help. It definitely is a bit of a grind, but it's doable. I think perhaps sometimes human brain power is better than what a computer can come up with for you. Although this one seems to be pretty often a hit, which is interesting. We found the big one again. Wait, is this the same pattern? Did we somehow find, like, the same pattern? Where was the other one? This. I made my own call there. Shoot. Alright, we got the small one. There's so much open space and it wants me to go here. Which, it's not like it couldn't be there. But it's just not what I would think. You would assume they're more spread out. Yeah, I'm not shocked that that's a miss. I would have to hit it. I would have to nail it right now. Which, no. I feel like these decisions are... I mean, it's mathematical, but I feel like it's strange. Where do you guys think it is? Oh, it was down in the corner. That's the worst. Alright. I'm gonna try something here without help. It usually wants us to do this, 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 and then this. Okay. Oh, math is... Oh, I see. Well, that makes sense. So I'll trust in the old algorithm here, I suppose. There's a hit. Corners first. Why would it tell me to... Why in the world would it tell me to go there? That I just followed that blindly, and I don't know why. So finding the big one always stinks. Like I'd much rather find the small one first. Which is how I won that first game. Splish Kaboom is a largely luck-based game. We list all the possible board layouts. We arrive at 604,584 configurations, so maybe it's not weighted. Based on that. I suppose it's just a mathematical equation. And there was the third one, right next to the others. Maybe I should just use human ingenuity. What do you guys think? Should I beat the computer? So, Future says corners first. That's an interesting strat that I've never done. Oh, I went too quickly there. I recall the explanation being that certain configurations won't happen, but don't quote me on that. Interesting. See, this is just me going. I didn't mean to even put one here. Okay, where do you guys think the small one is hiding? Small one sucks, man. It's just like... I almost went over there. I thought about that small space in between the two misses that I already had. I legit thought about that. Let's see if maybe if I can... Like if I start out, maybe I can get like a head start on the computer here. Like, what if I do this? Yo, so far so good. Looking forward to the winning board being shaped like an F. And now it wants me to go here, which I wouldn't typically do. Yeah, see, it wants me to go back to the pattern. Nice future. So I'm gonna ignore the algorithm for now, because it really wants me to go right here, which I understand in a mathematical sense. But I'm doing my own thing here. So I could hide up... Man, you can really hide the 4 still anywhere. This is really tough. I might have to do this offline and see what the result is. There we go. Oh, of course. I can't ever find the small one, though. How many times do we need to win? I was trying to beat the record retro, and that isn't going well. I got closest on my first try, so aside from that, it's not really going so well. And the biggest problem I'm having is that I can't seem to find the small squid first. There it was. See, being a human sometimes, maybe a little better than the old computer. Of course, I really was hoping that would be the small squid. It is the medium. What if I just blindly... I don't know what I expected. Yo! Better than the computer confirmed. It's always Son of a gun. The fact that I'm getting the 3 and the 4 first is, like, detrimental. That's a hit. There's so much space. What do you guys think? Alright, I'm asking chat on this one. Where would you guys place your shot? You're the computer now. What is this, an 8x8 grid? Bottom row, 5th column, right there. Anybody else? You guys have any suggestions? You would go top right? That's what I was thinking too. That's a miss. Too much responsibility. I was thinking up here. Row 3, column 2. Wouldn't that be this? What's up, Storm? No suggestions for me, I suck at Battleship. This is row 3, column 2. I already missed there. Row 2, column 3 would be that. I already hit there. Dang. No! I have 2 more shots. This stupid thing could be anywhere. Along the left. Row 3, column 5. That's actually close to what the computer is suggesting too. Last column, 3 down. So we're kind of... A lot of people are thinking it's somewhere around here. Future thinks it's probably somewhere around here. October says, no way, am I guessing. Darn! Well, I mean, it's game over. I couldn't do it in enough. Now I'm just following the computer, which doesn't seem to be any better than we are. If we could find... It was at the bottom. If we could find the small one first, I think we'd be in really, really good shape. See, I'm not all dumb. Son of a gun! Why can't you be the small one? It's the big one, of course. Of course it is. There's a solver for this game. As far as I can tell, it's just a probability calculator. That's actually what I'm using in tandem with our guesses. Yo! Let's go! No! I'm wasting so many... No! Alright, we got the small one out of the way at least. That's 2. Yo! Let's go! Oh, wow. 17! Holy! See, that's a configuration that's dangerous. Because you group too many of them together, you can accidentally find ships when you haven't sank what you're supposed to. I mean, that's not what happened, but still helped out. Oh no, that is what happened. Oh wow, I didn't even realize. I thought I found the big squid going horizontally across the center of the screen, but I found the bottom of the big squid, and I found the medium squid. Oh, interesting. Let's go! GG's, guys. Excellent work, sailor. Your deeds have successfully protected the peace on this fair island. We are so very proud. The children would like to thank you. Please accept all of our I spent like 30 minutes on that to get 50 rupees as a return. Are you kidding me? I beat the record for 50 rupees? Good. I maybe made my... Oh, wait. Oh, okay. There's more. I got ahead of myself. I'm a little emotional. Wait a sec. 17. Hey, that's a new record. I swear. This has to be something good. So, you get this too. Yes! Okay, we do get a treasure chart. That's good. That's what I thought. Emotional, unlike Salvatore. Oh man, that was a roller coaster. So thanks for playing and all that. I can't tell you how fun it's been for me. And don't forget your umbrella or nothing on the way out. God, he's such a funny character. GG's. That's gonna be a good place for me to break actually. For lunch. Well, not more to feed Iggy. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. But that's a good place to break. In some ways, he is America. I really thought for a second that I was getting trolled and I only got 50 rupees out of that deal. That would have been devastating. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break and then we'll come back and do some more fun stuff here. All right. The radio's still going, isn't it? Let's kill the radio. Each we killed the radio star. And let's pick up where we left off. 602. 2013. Guys, I think maybe my Wii U data might be a little bit incorrect. Just a little. It might be a little incorrect. All of this is pre-recorded. I think my Wii U is washed. Just a little bit. I might have to look into that after stream. August 27th, 2013. Well then. Oh, that look in your eye. So you found a sail. You found yourself a sail, have you? Very well, then I shall teach you the art of sailing. I don't want to, yet. So yeah. He's explaining everything to me, but I'm also, no. Oh no! I thought. Why did I think that would work? Yes, I did understand all that. You will be at the mercy of your sea chart when you're. See, for landmarks, I've marked the place where you should currently be heading on your sea chart. If you get lost, look at your map. A westerly wind blows, hop in. No. See ya. I'm busy. He's probably off in some tropical island, laughing all the way to the bank. With Taylor Swift. That would be amazing. That's the dream right there. She is single. Well, I think she's seeing somebody, but she broke up with her longtime boyfriend. Joy pendant. That's the, I don't know if you remember the kids talking about how they saw something shiny in the tree, so there's our joy pendant. Yo, bud, looks like you found yourself a joy pendant. That's the kid, right? Yeah, I thought so. Actually, I gotta admit, we hid that thing up in the tree. We thought you might find it. Listen up, it's gonna be Miss Marie's birthday soon. We're thinking of giving her a present. So it was good that we finally got our hands on that thing. We can't be going around giving presents to people. No way. It just doesn't fit the Killer Bee style. Come on, bud. Can you give it the teach for us? Can you? It's not like we could just ask anybody to do it for us, neither. It's got to be someone reliable. Someone who can keep a secret. You're the only one we could ask, bud. Alright. What's up, Sabonis? Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you, man. Heath Sweezy's never single for more than 5 minutes. You need a reference, probably. Oh, man. If Cinderella were a devious and clever con artist. Oh, it sounds like a Cinderella story. I have at least 5 years on you, and I'm fully armed with the sword you will obey. That's a good point. Okay. Stop exclaiming to me. Alright, let's check this old place out here. Why, young sir? I must say, you seem to be in possession of a very fine pictobox there. Are you a lover of pictographs as well? There can be no villains amongst the ranks of the pictobox lovers. Take your time, look around, I implore you. And while you're here, please do visit my upstairs pictograph gallery. You're bound to find it quite exciting, young sir, I guarantee it. Right on, brother. Upstairs we go. Beautiful. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Aren't these some finely snapped pictographs? You must admit it. Kind of looks like me a little bit. But come now. You needn't be so surprised, my young sir. It is a hobby of mine to sneak up behind people when they least expect it. That's your hobby? That's your hobby? Maybe try cards. Or I mean, maybe you would like Dungeons and Dragons. Have you tried video games? It seems to me you like taking photographs. Maybe that could be your hobby. Maybe not sneaking up behind people when they least expect it. I don't think that's considered a hobby. Anyway, it's quite an amusing diversion, think nothing of it. By the way, the pictographs you see decorating these fine walls have all been taken by none other than myself. They are my pride and joy. You see, in my younger days, I was tireless sailing far and wide across the great sea, snapping pictographs wherever I went. Have a look at them, young sir. I shall take a look at your pictographs. Fine, sir. Sus hobby. Guarantees it, just like the Men's Warehouse guy. Everyone on this island is sus. DM. Did Link get knocked out again? Is this Link's Awakening 2? I am confused by both of those questions. Not a bad pictograph, Is that not a rather mysterious statue? The statue's home is on one of the Triangle Islands. It lies due south of here. There are a total of 3 Triangle Islands. Shocking. The northern, southern, and eastern Triangle Islands, each one of them has a statue such as this standing on its shores. This pictograph chills me to the bone. The Forsaken Fortress. This place lies to the northwest of our fair isle, but it has been enveloped in filthy dark clouds of late. What are we to do against the silent evil that lingers there? If you value your life, young sir, then at the very least you should stay as far away from that place as you possibly can. Joke's on you, I was there before I came here. It feels as if the evil that is not of this world lies in wait there, biding its time. You mentioned, Dungeons and Dragons is a better hobby. Oh, Dungeon Master. I thought you meant that you were gonna DM me. I didn't realize. What is this a pictograph of, you ask? Well, those are creatures called choo-choos. They are said to have medicinal properties, so they are most important resource treasured by sailors the world over. Why, there's even said to be an extremely rare species known as the blue choo-choo, isn't that? Oh yeah, in this game, I guess. Yeah. It is only under very unusual circumstances that they are ever sighted. You would be most lucky to ever come across one, young sir. This is a pretty nice pictograph. This is one. This one is of tiny rock islet resting far out in the seas southeast of here. Isn't it nice? There was a very dignified butler standing before the door, and I snapped his pictograph without even thinking. That aside, I am certain this is someone's private cabana. This is an incredible pictograph. I saw this strange platform rising up out of the seas, seeming to claw out the sky. It makes for an even stranger silhouette. I wonder if such things still remain out there on the high seas, lonely on the waves. Ah, if only I had the chance, I would love to see these things once again. This is a pictograph of an isle I once visited. It's finally snapshot. Isn't it a finally snapshot, rather? I took it in my younger days. This is Outset Island? Is that what he said? It is the most delightful of fishing villages, innocent and rich, with nature's bounty. It was there I met a beautiful young lass. Although I suppose she's probably not as young as she used to be these days. Yeah, that's how time works. You figured it out. What kind of pictograph is this, you ask? One ill-fated day, misfortune befell me. My boat was destroyed. Clinging to the wreckage, I drifted at the whims of the waves, and that's when I saw this monstrosity. This foul ship, veiled in mist and fading in and out of sight like something of another world. Yes, my young sir, it's none other than the ghost ship. Is that guy talking about my grandma? Maybe. The rumors I've heard tell of a man who researched the reaches of the sea where the ghost ship faded in and out of sight, and that he drew a map of its movements. But it is said that as soon as the man had finished drawing the lines of that cursed map, he died a most unexpected death. Chilling, truly chilling. Now, if one were able to find that map, then it might be possible to sneak onto the ghost ship and get that treasure that is said to lurk within its hull. Right, well, that's certainly something. Thank you for the lesson. That was not just killing time there, that actually is required for this. You see, young sir, I've been studying pictoboxes since I was but a lad. My lifelong dream of creating a box with incredible pictography capabilities is at long last nearing fruition. But now I've grown old and have no real desire to leave this island. Young sir, I hesitate to ask, but could you perchance become my pictograph assistant? Sure. Oh, really? Really and truly? My heart leaps at your enthusiasm. Enthusiasm? But I feel I must tell you, the path an assistant must follow is not a simple one. I demand that whatsoever takes on the role of my whosoever takes on the role. Why not just write whoever takes on the role of my assistant? Be an individual who can take whatever command I may issue and promptly complete it without hesitation. It will be quite a challenge, I assure you, but are you sure you still want to do this? Absolutely. Ah! You must share my love of the pictograph. What is your name, young sir? Excuse me, Bob, is it? Very well then, I shall issue 3 commands to you. On the day you complete all 3 tasks, you shall be my #1 assistant, Bob. Now then, for my first command, a love letter. You know what that is, young sir? It's a collection of words of love, long unspoken and put into written form. Somewhere in this town, there is one who, despite constant rejection, never learns the cold lesson of unrequited passion and continues to write letters of doom love. That seems like it's, maybe not the best idea. I don't know, man. I got a lot going on right now. Kidnap sister, trying to get to know this pirate girl I kind of like, but it's complicated. Not on the market for a side quest, and you aren't listening. I'm certain the object of this sadly one-sided affection, is in quite a quandary over the matter. I am of the mind that I must have a word with the unwanted suitor. However, I must have physical evidence, and thus your first task is to snap a pictograph of the individual in the act of sending the unwanted letters. Isn't that like bordering on assault? That sounds easy, does it not? Rightly so. If you hope to be my assistant, you must perform the task with ease. Well, right on. This sounds like a job for any adult, especially the bullies. I'm always hitting X. Oh well. Move that to Y, I guess. Not sure where this guy is currently. Do any common sense laws exist in this game so far? No. That's not him. I feel like he comes from this way, but... Oh, there he is. There he is. It's the Lego minifigure guy I was telling you guys about earlier. Maybe stroll a little bit faster. Oh, by the way, I did turn the Wii U back on, and my gamepad isn't on. So the only reason it did turn on and stayed on was because of the mistake I made when switching the controls. So it is off. You can play with the gamepad off. Now we know. I think he's staring at me. Allow him to continue on his quest of harassment. This is inconspicuous, right? This isn't... I'm not drawing attention to myself by doing this. I may have missed by like a frame there. I'm not sure if this is gonna count. Oh boy. That's a bit annoying. Let's find out. Let's find out if it works. Looks like normal kid stuff to you. Is the guy with the mustache? It's the guy with the mustache. I forgot. Who is he harassing? Frame perfect forensics. He's harassing some woman. Yeah. Of course it's she, yeah. Yes, it's clear. I would like to show you what I've taken. Is this good enough? Did it work? Ah, dang. He says, that's not quite right. I'm terribly sorry, but there's no way I could possibly give this a passing grade. I'm afraid you must retake the shot when you snap a pictograph. Yeah. Yeah, you're supposed to get it. They really didn't give you a very big window. Thank you for the gameplay time, Pickle. I'm beginning to think it's not the gameplay time. It's more like Meech time. You're supposed to, I think, get the shot when he's putting the letter in the post box, if I remember correctly, but they really didn't give, like, a very big window for that. Which is strange. You'd think they would be a little bit more forgiving. Album. I'll do my job better in the future. I'm gonna change the emote to Meech time. No, I don't want to. What do you put? You're pushing a child? What's wrong with you? I'm not. You know what? I'm not too fond of the people in this town. I'll say it. Not a lot of hospitality going on here. This is Link before pulling out a sword. That was kind of the joke, yeah. Like, well, I've had enough. Oh gosh, he can see me from there? Hey, Sumble, thank you so much for the good luck. Hope you're doing well today, dude. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, this is the run. Surely this will be good enough. Okay, that's money right there. That is a good pictograph, if I do say so myself. That's the one, right? Surely. You hope so too? Does that mean you are doing well? Here you go, sir. Oh, now this is a finely snapped pictograph indeed. Now, they say love is blind, but what could he be thinking, mailing all these letters? I should not ridicule him, though. I think it's fair. For he reminds me of myself. Oh. Interesting. Back in the innocence of my youth. Memories of those bittersweet summer days come rushing back to me. But I digress. Very good, young sir. I must congratulate you on passing your first test. I shall promptly take this pictograph from you and use it most efficiently. Yeah. What does that mean? What are you gonna do with that? I don't know if innocence carries through the age of adult facial hair. Very well. Next is my second command. You must search for this town's most timid and cowardly resident. I intend to flog his spirit. so as to lend him some backbone. This individual flinches and jumps at even the slightest of surprises. I need you to capture the instant of pure fear on this individual's face in a pictograph. So tell me, do you think you can complete this task, young sir? You are weird. Really, really strange. Dude, you just sent me to collect evidence to prove a crime, and instead you do nothing. We both know you're going to blackmail that man. What is that emote? Gachigasm, oh my. He didn't really have to say flog, yeah, he that's a strange choice of words, right? And hey, mister, I got a bit of a bone to pick with you. I don't trust that guy. Alright, find the cowardly lion. Whoa. Nice camera work. Lately, I've been hearing that monsters from the Forsaken Fortress have been going around kidnapping girls with long ears. I can believe it. After all, 2 girls from Windfall have already been kidnapped. Poor Maggie and Mila. Just breaks my heart to think about those two. Both of their fathers are desperate to find anyone who can rescue the poor little girls. Wow, what kind of world has this become? So much fear and suffering. Hey, you look a little bit shaken up there, don't you? I guess that'll work. His head was turned, but I think that'll work. Welcome. Oh my, you're a very small customer, aren't you? What is... Did anybody teach any of you manners and how to talk to people? Well, that's fine, of course. Just feel free to look around. Oh my goodness. So rude. Mustache man, where did you get this photo? Pictograph weirdo. A weird little fairy brought it to me. Let's talk rupees. Feather fathers. Back with lunch. Ooh, what do you got for lunch, Corey? Good news, I got it. Oh, well, if I read just a little bit more, I would have found out. I got a free burger upgrade to double with bacon. Bad news, I had to scrape a bunch of other crap off of it because it definitely wasn't my order. Oh, man. Oh, sorry to hear that, Corey. I know the feeling. I've been there before. the Bobbler 5. Oh no, I didn't mean to. I know. We don't have to go through this. I'm just trying to show you the picture that I took. Do you want it or not? Oh, now this is a finely snapped pictograph indeed. Clearly, this individual must be the town's most timid of denizens. Who speaks like this? Fear is his constant companion. I cannot complain, young sir. You have passed in a most admirable manner. Say, and is it me, or is this chap quite the striking individual? Very good, young sir, and this means that you have passed my second test. I shall promptly take this pictograph for you and use it most efficiently. I still really don't like when you say that. Very good, next is, at long last, my final command. Open your heart and mind and listen to what I say. Somewhere in this town is a couple, a man and woman, whose hearts are secretly filled with thoughts of the other, and yet for reasons unknown, the two have never spoken. Even when they happen, by chance, to pass each other on the road, they each steal a brief, furtive... Furtive? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Furtive? Furtive? Glance of the other, but they suppress the longing in their hearts. I cannot let this tragedy go on any longer. For the sake of the town, and my own desire to help these two poor souls, I shall become Cupid, Archer of Love, by telling me to take weird pictures of them. These two are timid burglars in the house of love, and you must capture a pictograph of them thinking in their furtive... What does that mean? Furtive is kind of like shy. Oh. I have not heard that term. Aside from this game, obviously, in which I did not look it up in the past. And young Master Bob, if and when, hope beyond hope, you manage to complete this third task, then you shall be my #1 pupil. Oh, does that not excite you? It does not. Good luck to you, young sir. You're a little weird. I'm gonna go out and say it. What are you looking at? You got a problem, buddy? What's staring? Well, what do you think about my outfit? You don't see clothes like this often, do you? Aren't they so cute? A friend of mine who lives on Outset Island sent me this helmet. She's an amazing girl. She can put jars on her head and walk around like it's nothing at all. You have to see it to believe it. Get him! I don't know, this is too much heat. Don't say excite. He knows you were the reason he's in debt for 1,000 rupees. That's why he's giving me that look. Jar on head. Where's homie with the haircut? How long is he gonna take to get up here? Where is this guy? There he is. Oh my lord, how long is your trek? Hang on, let me talk to him real quick. You don't look familiar at all, buddy. You some kind of tourist or something? If you are, I'll show you around. Why don't you join me for a little stroll around town? Our Windfall Island may be a little cozy, so to speak, but people from all over the world come here. This town's always lively. Aha! Why, just walking around and having a look at things is quite fun. That's the mark of a great town. Right, on your way. Well, I love his... This is how normal humans walk. No, stop stopping just because I'm near you. I don't know how your economy works or how you function without constant imports and exports. Humble and cozy are always are ways to ignore a bigger problem. How unnerving would it be if somebody was just pointing, you're just standing there minding your own business and somebody just stands across from you and just points a camera at you for far too long. Don't tell me Beetle's keeping you afloat. I've seen his inventory, it's 3 things. That's why I don't go to the gym, work out at home. There he is. There's Romeo. These children mess up my picture. That hopefully should be good enough. Pretty sure this happened here and now Bob would have some extra holes in him. Bob would be Swiss cheese. Check out this picture. Ah, there we go. A finally snapped pictograph. Indeed, I had no idea these two would get along so smart. What do you mean? What do you mean get along? I showed you. You told me that every time they pass each other, they have this like longing glance, and you told me to take a picture of it. Now I'm showing you the picture of what you already know, and you're like, these two get along splendidly. I can't think of a better couple in town. You can see the love there, but it's hidden, thriving. Sure, even I, who have lived in this town for so many long years, did not realize in the slightest the extent of their passion. You have done well, Bob. I shall promptly take this pictograph from you and use it most efficiently. Now then, my young sir, you have completed all the tasks I set to you. My doubts about you have been cleared up. I shall hereby be proud to call you my assistant, Bob. And no assistant of mine will be seen going around taking pictographs in monochrome, not in a million years, so here, allow me to present you with this pictobox. Ooh, the deluxe pictobox. It was all worth it, after all. A gift from Lenzo commemorating your becoming his assistant. It can take color pictographs. Fantastic. Until now, you could only take black and white pictographs, but now you can take color pictographs, allowing you to show the world as it was meant to be seen. Now, go out there and snap pictographs, snap them in color for me. For all the years I spent unable to do so, fulfill my life's ambition. Go to it, Bob. Pictobox DX. Pictograph weirdo. Well, well, well. What would Mrs. Weird Hair say about this photo? I don't know why, but his hair genuinely makes me, I don't know. I don't like it. It doesn't make me like that's not the right word. It's just I don't like his haircut. Peach is okay with the cut of his jib, but that hair? Nah, man. Get a better haircut, and we'll talk. If you could indulge me for a moment, please admit that I am looking fine. By looking this fine would have won me the Miss Windfall crown way back when. Yeah, maybe. I'm still looking better than all the younger girls I know. Hoo hoo hoo. You are quite self-centered. Show this pictograph? Yes. Well, is this how I look today? I had no idea that the gloss on my skin was so perfect. Just look at me, I'm so stunning. Oh, I feel so wonderful now. I have to reward you for making me feel so good about myself. It seemed like you were doing a good job of that on your own. I don't think you needed my help to feel good about yourself. Yay, we get a treasure chart. Open this chart on the map screen. My son picked it up somewhere, and I would imagine you like this sort of thing, correct? My son likes it, so you must too. Yeah, that's how that works. Everybody's the same, lady. We're all just one person. We all have the same interests. Oh, if you please, young boy there, please help me. Please listen to my tale of woe. Yeah, okay. Oh, hoo-hoo, my sweet, sweet daughter, my only daughter, poor Maggie. She was captured by a bunch of villains and taken to the Forsaken Fortress. What on earth could those scoundrels want with her? Are they just roaming around looking for young maidens? Maidens? Are they just evil creatures who delight in mischief? Well, crud. You go from maidens to crud? Having a kidnapped daughter doesn't get you a single rupee, you know. Wait, you're not the grandfather? Good for you, bud. Please, please save my poor daughter. I beg of you. Here I stand begging. I hope you'll give those scoundrels in the Forsaken Fortress, a good scare. They'll pay for what they've done. Oh yes, pay. Alright, are we done here? What's up, Sean? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well today. GG's on your PB yesterday, man. Alright. That's enough fooling around. You're on Outset Island. take a look at our treasure charts that we acquired. We've got Tingle's chart. He's southwest of me. And there's the rest of our treasure charts. This is some incredible music. How are the winds waking today? So far so good. This is our first time on the sea actually showing. I've spent most of the time doing other quests, so we're just getting out to sea here. How are you doing today, man? This music is so good. I feel like they captured like sailing like an open sea so well. Like, I don't know, something about that song just completely embodies that feeling. It's like so triumphant. Wonderful sense of adventure. I totally agree. I think that's one of the best Zelda songs. Like, full stop. It's just an incredible song. And again, all the music in this game is quite good. To reach Dragon Roost Island, head east from here. Ah. Doing well, kind of relaxing on a free school day. But I have to write a bit of music for Thursday. Ooh, good luck, man. Hopefully that goes well. Enjoy your day off as much as you can. Ooh. We got some red chew jelly. To reach Retro's stream, head east from here. Is Retro streaming? Wait, I thought he was at work. Oh, his stream. Oh, right. I got you. He's not streaming. Different Retro. We're talking about Retro Dial. Going. You're talking about the Retro Runner, I think, probably. Gotcha. A little bit of miscommunication there. I was confused because I didn't make the connection of what Health's joke was. I'm a big dummy. Yeah, that one, the pineapple one. Can't access that yet. No chew jelly? Ah. Cheap. Ooh, what do we got? Yay, we've already got another heart container. 5 rupees. No, that was my gift for beating the record in Sploosh Kaboom. Alright, how the heck do I get out of here? Later, nerds. Where's my boat? Love these guys. Yeah. Mighty fine boat you got there, bub. You must be searching for treasure on the seafloor too, aren't you? Ha ha ha. You won't get any from us, bub. Not likely. Let me ask you something real quick. Who wanders around on a fishless sea? Tell you who, bub. Only pirates, monsters, and treasure hunters like ourselves. There may be some other things that I've never heard of. You know, with all the weak island dwellers who never leave the shores, I'm amazed to see such a tiny little guy out here. I like your style, bub. Feel like I've known you my whole life. So hey, bub. Tell you what. As one treasure hunter to another, I'll give you this. You'll definitely be needing it if you want to haul up treasure. Come on, take it. I won't take no for an answer. I also won't take nay, nope, or nar. Just grab it. They're funny. You got a treasure chart. Nicely done. First, open your map and compare the island charts on the right with the treasure charts on the left. See where your treasure lies. Fantastic. And you need a grappling hook that the Rito tribesfolk of the Dragon Roost Island use. There you go, Health. There's your answer. Yeah, those grappling hooks. Nothing pulls up stuff like those things. Alright, little treasure buddy. That's a little weird. Best of luck to all of us. Bye! So we get a new treasure chart. That's pretty cool. Oh, so well done to us, I suppose. No, I don't want to speak. What's the matter, bub? If you want to search for treasure, you should open your map. Gotcha. No problem. Okay. I'm done speaking with you. Alright. Take care. Alright, now I can sail. What's up, homie? Fancy meeting you out here. Love setting sail across the map, eating a sandwich while I waited. I didn't mind the normal sailing, it felt like I was navigating the seas, and eating while I looked at the scenery. It is really, really nice. I can't really buy anything from you because I think my bait bag is full. What if I... That didn't use it up, did it? I was thinking maybe I could throw away one of the pairs and just buy another one. Oh well. Well, nice seeing you, Beetle. Have a good day. We'll see you later. This game is so nice. Oh look, you can see a little sparkly spark out there. He's struggling. Got any joy pendants for me? No. Two rotting papayas and some loose berries. No way the islands aren't crippled by their lack of trade infrastructure. I have to share because I'm so excited. I have a job interview at Kennedy Space Center tomorrow. Wow, that is incredible. Congrats to you, October. That is amazing. Getting some clothes over here, BRB. No worries. Yeah, absolutely. Good luck with your interview. Please keep us posted. Retail photography job. Still at the Space Center. That's awesome. That was really, really cool. I love space. I'm such a sucker for all things space. Except for Mario Galaxy, which I think we've talked about before. I have like no interest in those games. Yeah, absolutely. We hope you get it too. You named your daughter Andromeda? That's amazing. That's so cool. Should mention that at the interview. Couldn't hurt. Like casually bring it up. Oh yeah, I was talking to my daughter Andromeda the other day, and there on the horizon. That is our destination, Bob. Dragon Roost Island. You're welcome to Retro Stream. Either after the worst Mass Effect. See, I don't know anything about Mass Effect. That's the second time you've mentioned that today. High atop this island's peak lives the spirit of the skies, the great dragon by the name of Valoo. I don't like that name. I don't like Volvagia, I don't like Valoo. They need better names for these dragons. You must go see this dragon and request from him a jewel called Din's Pearl. Yeah, this music's so good. Ask the people of the Rito tribe who inhabit this island about how to see the dragon. I realized that after... I guess it doesn't really matter. People don't seem to be that interested in it, but after Oracle of Ages, I never talked about my favorite song and my favorite boss in that game. Oh, I almost forgot. Wait just a moment. This is the Wind Waker. I also have a Wind Waker, like a proper Wind Waker, full-size, real thing, baton. There's a baton of sorts that was used long ago when the people played music in prayer to the gods. In those days, simply using it allowed one to borrow the power of the gods, but I do not know if it still works. Even so, I thought it might be of some use to you. Perhaps you could try using it. Teach me, master. First, conduct in 3/4 time. Just try to match the rhythm by tilting the R stick up, down, and right. I am a genius. Very nice, that was splendid. Next is 4/4 time. Hold L to the left and change the rhythm, and then do the yawn. That's it, Bob. This is not bad for your first time using the Wind Waker. Not bad at all. You can also, he said the title. You can also conduct in 6/4 time by tilting L to the right. You would do well to remember that. Hog, you received the legendary Wind Waker. By using this magical conductor's baton, you can borrow the power of the gods. Use R to conduct. And that's how you conduct in certain times. Perfect. We're geniuses. The actual galaxy was first. Just by a little bit. The original Mass Effect trilogy is a cool space adventure. The newer game is trash. Interesting. I have a life-size rainbow master sword. I have a regular master sword. It's not rainbow. And I have the Hylian shield. It's actually behind me somewhere. Mass Effect 2 is my backlog for Xbox 360. Tried the first game and I didn't like it. Tried the demo of the second game and I loved it. haven't gotten around to it yet. I plan to watch a YouTube playthrough. Excuse me, of the first game before I play the second one. First game is essentially traditional dice roll RPG. Space trappings 2 and 3 are more action heavy in terms of gameplay. You need the shield. Alright, here we are. Danger! Do not attack the explosive fruit. Probably can make a joke there. Probably some joke to be made there, right? Surely. Wind Shrine and Mail Center. I had the stainless steel Master Sword for a little while, sent it back because it was too heavy for me. I want to wear it more than a minute. Oh, for like cosplaying and stuff? There appear to be markings that indicate specific directions. What could it mean? This is broke. It's broken. I may have figured that out on my own, but I'm really glad that the game let me know. Mine is too fragile to wear, but I don't cosplay, so it's fine. I don't cosplay either. I just have a Master Sword because I love Zelda. How do I wake wind? I've already forgotten what I've been told. Oh, there we go. I'm a dum-dum. Up, left, right. You learn the Wind's Requiem. That's harder to say than it should be. Wind's Requiem. Why is that so hard to say? You guys say it. No cheating. Say it out loud. Right now, where you are, and tell me if you had trouble. Hello? Who are you? Yep, that's a mighty nice breeze. The name's Zephos. I'm the... Zephos? I always say Zephos. I think it's supposed to be Zephos. I'm the god of winds. So you're the new Wind Waker, are you? Great, great. For a beginner, you've got a nice wind sense about you. I like you, kid. That tune you just picked up, well, it gives you control over the direction the wind blows. Depending on how it's used, one can be a good thing or a very bad thing. If you want an example of it being a bad thing, then you should see my brother. It saddens me to say that my brother Cyclos, I guess Zephos and Cyclos, is miffed about this monument here being broken. Now he spends his time creating cyclones to torment people with. It's a weird thing to do. So if you encounter any cyclones at sea, chastise my brother for me, will you? And that is my request for you. Bye. Zephos is Hylian for Frog on Fart Cloud. Instead I got LARP. Excuse me. LARP versions of the sword and shield. Wake the wind with more beans. My kiddo has a plastic master sword from a Halloween store. She whips it out and says, on guard. Yeah, the second way. Nice. I'm awesome now. Let's go. So this is what the Highway pair does. Allows you to take control of seagulls nearby. And apparently I didn't mean to kill the seagull. I'm extremely sorry. Please forgive me. Murderer! Oh no. I didn't mean to. That's a lot of rupees. You know what we can do with a lot of rupees? We can buy more stuff from Beetle Shop and get closer to that, I love that noise. We can get closer to that sweet, sweet silver membership or whatever. Yeah, silver is 200 in this game. I believe orange is 100. And gold is 300, if I'm not mistaken. I'm literally just wasting pairs right now so that I can buy more. Because it's something that we're gonna have to do eventually, and I've got like way too many rupees right now. Our wallet only holds 500, I think, when you start in this version. So I'd rather not have a full wallet immediately. Although where did Beetle run off to? He was around here. Meeting's coming up. Thank you for the lurk, Mega. Appreciate it, man. Good luck with your meetings. Hope they go well. Beetle! Where are you, buddy? I missed that by a mile. Yeah, a little too high up. Good enough for me. You're an idiot? Why do you say that? Well, I didn't see that there. Brilliant. Where's Beetle? There he is. Beetle. Can I come aboard? Maybe I should have gone with the bait instead. Matter of fact, what did I just buy? 4 of those? We'll do 5. And a bait. Alright, we're halfway to the silver membership. I sent a bunch of text messages to prospective data collectors in Lucas County, but wrote Corpus Christi, Texas in the messages instead of Lucas County. Oh, that's not great. Can that be can that be fixed? Oh no. Welcome back, Sean. Are you able to retract your statement? The turning radius in this game I'm not quite used to. It's more particular than it looks. Yeah, I guess that's probably your best bet, right? Come on, Link. The only real... Oh, are you kidding me? Can't believe I've just fallen. The only real answer is to move the entire operation to Corpus Christi. Like the way you think. I don't need that blue rupee. Why am I so focused on the fact that there's a blue rupee up there? I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. Definitely don't need it. I need it. Bob? Bob, is that you? It is. I'm pleased to see you're okay. I must say, you've traveled far, far for one with no wings. Far for one with no wings. And your sister, is she... That's so. Didn't say anything. Well, don't worry too much. I'm sure she'll hang in there. I have an idea, Bob. Would you like to meet our chieftain? I've told my people here about you, and all of us Rito are very concerned. I'm certain the chieftain will befriend you and lend you the aid of our Airy. It's settled then. I'll fly on ahead and let everyone know you're coming. Come inside, Bob. I'll be waiting. Have to check on the messages I sent yesterday too. Make sure I didn't do that yesterday. There we go. Yeah, these are the first Rito in the series. This is the first time we're introduced. Because despite this game taking place very heavily in water, there is no... What species? There are no... What in this game? Well, have you discovered... Zora, that's right, it's a bonus. Have you discovered the cause of the Great Velu's anger? For a long time, people, Zelda fans, theorized that because of this game, I don't want to say too much, because of this game, people theorized that the Zora people had actually evolved into Rito, but I suppose that's kind of debunked now because of we see them living side by side in other games, so oh well. You were watching a lore video on the Rito and Zora the other day? Well, there you go. Ah, so you're Bob, are you? Quill has told me all about you. Troubling tale indeed. I insist that you let us know if there's anything we can do to help you. We shall do everything in our power to assist you. However, in the meantime, we have a problem of our own to deal with. When you arrived on the island, did you notice the raging dragon perched atop the mountain? As you can see, we of the Rito tribe are profoundly connected to the sky. We make our livings on the airways. We do so by the graces of the sky spirit Velu. When a Rito reaches adulthood, he or she journeys to the top of Dragon Roost to receive a scale from the Great Dragon. It is this scale that enables the Rito to grow his or her wings. It's interesting. Recently, however, the once gentle Velu has grown violent and unpredictable. Sounds like a few people I knew in high school. Sadly, we can no longer approach him. If this continues, the fledglings who are of age will never be able to receive scales from Valoo on Dragon Roost. Fledglings. I like that word. They will remain wingless, and in time, our very way of life will be threatened. As chieftain of the Rito, my first responsibility is to solve this problem. My apologies, but I must ask you to wait for our assistance until this is done. Will you do so?
Uh-huh.
Chieftain, what do you think of consulting Bob with regards to your son, Prince Komali? As you can see, Bob is a gallant young lad. I feel certain that Prince Komali would open his heart to him and speak freely of his fears and worries. That may be. Let me be direct. My son Komali is of the age to earn his wings, yet he is weak in some ways, and in light of the current situation, he may just give up on ever getting them. Kind of weird. What say you? Will you share some of your courage with my son? Will you meet with my son? Okay. Do I have a choice? I thank you. We shall do our best to solve our problem as quickly as possible so that we may better help you with yours. I have something I wish for you to give to my son. A young girl named Medley is holding it for me. Would you find her and take it? I'm counting on you. Medley's such a good name. For several reasons. Here, Bob, take this with you. Who knows, it might come in handy. We got a delivery bag! Finely crafted bags like this are used by Rito postmen everywhere. With so many pockets, it can hold many items. You should find Medley in one of the upper rooms. Leave the Great Valoo to us. In the meanwhile, do your best to aid Prince Komali. Later. Bob! Yeah, Bob dance. That's exactly what the video was covering. Yeah, the fact that it was theorized that Zoro became Rito. Did those people in high school ride the dragon too? Maybe. Hey, I found... Is this who you were talking about? I think I found her. I'm a fan of the idea of the evolution split, so the races could exist at the same time. Yeah, I mean, I like the whole evolution theory in general. What's up, Soup? Good to see you. I do a great Heisenberg cosplay from Resident Evil 8. I didn't even know there were 8 Resident Evils. Now, I'm not sure who Heisenberg is. Wasn't Heisenberg a scientist? Wow, you really do have green clothes and a strange shaped hat. You're Bob, aren't you? Oh, me? I'm an attendant to the Great Sky Spirit Fellow. My name is Medley. I found her! She's so cute. Medley's an awesome character. Underutilized. Well, to tell the truth, I'm not an attendant quite yet. I'm actually still studying to be one. Oh, what am I thinking? Here, this is from the chieftain. Bob, he wants you to give this directly to Prince Komali. 8 numbered titles? Oh boy, so there's even more than 8 resident... Oh yeah, Elf says there's even more than 8, great. I thought there were like 4. I don't know anything, man. I don't know video games. I know Zelda and that's like it. You accepted Father's letter. It is a letter from a father addressed to his son. Since you've just received a fine delivery bag, why not use it to carry this letter down to Komali? When you want to take it out, choose your delivery bag on the item screen and set the letter to one of the buttons. The room way in the back on the first floor is Prince Komali's room. You have to go down a couple steps to get there. When you meet Prince Komali, please don't get offended by his manner. He has no bad intentions, I promise. By the way, listen, Bob. I have a small favor I'd like to ask of you. Could you please come to the entrance of Dragon Roost Cavern later? I'll explain everything then. She's so adorable, isn't she just a really cute character? I love Medley. She's awesome. take a look out on the old balcony here. I guess it's to be expected in this heat, but just take a look down there. Dragon Roost Pond is completely dried up. Oh no. It's not completely dried up. She's preshy. I like that word. Preshy. She looks just like a normal person with a beak. Basically, yeah. But she's just, I don't know, I like her character. Hey buddy. What you doing? Oh, look at his collection of little chicks. Aw. How cute is that? Alright, what's up, guy? Huh? Who are you supposed to be? I'm your worst nightmare, buddy. A letter? From my father. Oh sure, telling me to be brave is easy enough for him. It's not like he's the one who went through the horrible experience. It's not like he still has to go get a scale from Velu. You're in this letter too, you know. What do you mean? How do you know? You don't even know who I am, poking your nose in other people's business. You're nosy, aren't you? Sorry, but I really don't feel like going to see Velu right now. I mean, how am I supposed to get a scale from him when he's so upset? What? Are you trying to say that you can calm Velu down? That's just a big fat lie. It's easy to say you can do anything, bragging doesn't cost a thing. I'll tell you what, if you can find me someone who can get past all the obstacles on Dragon Roost to get to Velu, then I'll listen to anything you say. Fine. Oh yeah, she told me not to be offended by him. Precious. Oh boy, more fun. Let's see how many tries this takes. Well, now, I've not seen your young face before. Nope, don't believe so. You wouldn't be here in response to our posting for some part-time help, would you? Yes. Oh, excellent, that's good. But first, to see if I can use you or not, I need to give you a little test. Just a small one. Mash the seal on the envelope. I wonder if I can use the D-pad. With the same icon on the shelf and throw the letter onto the shelf. Real simple. Can I use the D-pad? If I can't use the D-pad, that's gonna stink. Press A to throw the letter, like I said, simple. Is that clear? Before time runs out, you have to sort out at least 10 letters. Give it your best shot. Oh, I can use the D-pad. Pog. Not bad for the first try. D-pad on 3D games? At least you're not using a Wii mode. 23 letters. Great. Good. Terrific. Alright. Chris Farley, when did you get here? You pass. Okay, you get 1 rupee for every 2 letters. 1 rupee for every 2 letters. Excuse me, no, that comes to 11.5 rupees. You cheapskate. Come back anytime. I mean it, anytime. The more letters you sort, the more you'll earn. Not a bad deal for both of us. Yeah, I'm ready for work. Understand what you need to do, am I right? Yep. 11.5, yeah. 20 or more letters, you'll see a nice financial gain. Good RNG here, what the heck? Oh no. $29. What a gamer. Getting scammed on the half rupee. Your salary this time is 1 rupees per letter, so I'll pay you 29 rupees. Better you do, the higher your salary will become. That's economics. Need some work? Yes, please. 25 letters, your salary will jump. I mean it. Get to work. Ah. No! Ah. You will be paid 1 1/4 rupees per letter. 28 letters, you have amazing coordination. Seriously, I'm stupefied? Incredulous. Sure, we veterans do this all day long, and even we have a hard time reaching that amount. Well, get good, dude. I've got to give you more money. Got to. 3 rupees per letter comes to 84 rupees. How does that sound? Hey, your name wouldn't have to be Bob, would it? It is, isn't it? Thought you looked like the lad the chieftain was talking about. In that case, I should have expected you to be able to pull off something like this. I've heard all about you, yes, I sure have. You've had a rough time, Bob. I feel bad making you help us, but hey, things are looking up. Our new helper's just arrived. Maybe you can give him some advice the next time you come by. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I can. I've also maxed out my rupees here. Again, already. Let's fix that. Beetle! Beetle, come back. You can blame it all on me. Alright, let's waste a bunch of bait here. Allow me to throw more, please. There's a time limit on bait. Oh, Beetle's got a mind of his own. Where are you taking me, Beetle? Beetle, no! I'm just a boy. Where are you? You're taking me away from where I boarded your ship. That's rude. I demand that you bring me back. I'm gonna waste a little more because I've got way too many rupees right now. He did however take me back, which is good news. Dragon Rouge's island music goes hard. It absolutely does. It's an excellent, excellent song. So much good music in this game. Oh, you did it yesterday too? Tons of good percussion, yeah, for sure. Alright, let's just waste some rupees here and we'll be good to go. We can continue our quests here. We're gonna get that silver membership in no time. Later, Beetle. Thanks for hanging out with me. Got my rupee. Fantastic. We're gonna need that rupee. You'll see. Hey, buddy. Hey man, I'm the new part-timer. Green clothes and a green hat? Pardon me for asking, but you're Bob, aren't you? Yep. Ha, I knew it! You're a legend among the part-timers here. I really admire you, man. Just once I'd love to see the legendary 25-letter sort. Do your best, man. No, I hit right. I disagree. How about 26? 26 letters. Amazing, man. I'm so impressed. Seriously, man. Gotta tell my mom back home all about this. I just gotta. Got a favor to ask of you, man. Still new here, so I'm not allowed to leave. Weird. So, would you mind putting this letter to my mom in the post box for me? Thanks a lot, man. You accepted a note to mom. So sad you could almost cry. Yeah, it is sad, isn't it? Keep it in your delivery bag until you find a post box to drop it in. I guess I could throw... I guess I could just throw it here with the other letters, but... Can't bring myself to do it. It's against the rules, man. Well, I'll handle it. Oop, wrong way. Oops. Good morning. Welcome to the Island Postal Service. What do you have for delivery? I have a letter to Mom. Ka-chunk per whir. This post box is near Dragon Roost Island. Postage is only 5 rupees. See? I told you we were going to use that blue rupee. You wish to send this now? Yes. Your parcel has been hereby accepted for delivery. Thank you for using the Island Postal Service. We appreciate your business. That letter is gone forever. No tracking number. Every year the Ritos sponsor a Birdman contest on that island off to the east. I wonder if we'll have one this year, what with the current situation on the island. No time to waste. Everyone's so busy with the Great Valoo that we're running short of delivery personnel. It's a madhouse. Ah, well, back to work. Bye. He looks like he's seen some stuff. Good. So, of course, thanks to everybody for contributing, we met the goal early on for completing the Nintendo Gallery in the Wind Waker, so that is what we're going to be doing, and that was part of it just then. That's the reason I'm taking pictures. We used to have such nice breezes blowing through here. Now the air is crazy. I'm positive the strange winds are a result of the wind god's anger. See, there's an important shrine, a shrine below here that got broken, and now we're paying the price. What cursed luck. It's got Ritos, it's got shrines. A shrine? It's a fast travel point. Hello. As you're from off-island, allow me to tell you about the Dragon Roost. Even in the best of times, it's a dangerous place with all those bomb flowers growing everywhere. It doesn't seem that dangerous. Now it's even more perilous. It's so bad that the bomb flowers themselves have all dried up. The great and wonderful Valoo has created quite a mess. If you want to get to Dragon Roost Cavern, excuse me, I've got some bad news for you. The bridge is out. There's no way to even get inside. I'm sure you'll understand that once you've seen it for yourself. As for swimming across, well, you need water for that, and the pond's all dried up. No need to panic, though. I'm sure the chieftain will think of something. Will he? Or is it up to me? What do you think? Bomb flowers sounds like a replacement term when they say it like that. What you doing? Hey, you actually came. I'm really sorry for bringing you to such a dangerous place. I had to. I wouldn't have asked you if I didn't need help desperately. You see this place? There used to be a spring here surrounded by a beautiful pond. It was peaceful and lovely, but then the great Valoo, he became so angry and, in his rage, he shook the mountain and this boulder crashed down, plugging the spring. You can see the result. Oh, but where's my mind? Tell me, how's Prince Kamali? Oh, that doesn't sound right. Not at all. Yeah, you know, silence. It doesn't sound right. I may be partially to blame for the bad turn that Prince Kamali's taken. See, Prince Kamali's grandma was the Great Valu's former attendant. She was an amazing woman. I was honored to have her as my teacher. She was kind and brave, and unsurpassed in her dealings with the Great Valu. I'm not yet worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as her. If only I'd possessed some of her strength, I'm sure Prince Kamali would have felt more secure. Bob, I'm sorry to ask you this, but I need your help. I want to go to the small shrine that's near the peak of Dragon Roost, but that ledge over there is so high. If I could get some wind under my wings, I'm sure I could get up there. So, will you help me? Sure. Ooh, thank you so much. Okay, pick me up. Then face that ledge and toss me. If I had a nickel for every time I've heard that. Oh, okay. Pickle, one moment. The atmospheric currents are really messed up, so pay close attention to the direction of the wind. Alright, I'm ready. Don't hold back now. Throw me as hard as you can. Eventually. There we go. What do you mean? You could have made that. I'm fine. That didn't really hurt. What was I saying? Oh yeah, once more. With the wind. Toss away, please. Thank you, Shawing. Alright, surely you can make this. Oh wait, do I have to... Hang on. My, what beautiful stars, twinkle twinkle. Where were we? Oh yeah, once more, with the wind. Toss away, please. Oops. Forgot about this little detail here. Go! Atta girl. What? Oh, you made that. I disagree. Medley, what are you, messing with me? Yeah, I know. Easy, first try. Medley. Oh, thank you. I think now I'll be able to climb Dragon Roost and meet the Great Valu. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I may just be an apprentice attendant, but I can understand some of the Great Valu's language. I'm not exactly bursting with confidence, but... Look, if anything happens to me, please look after Prince Kamali. This is all I have to give you. I know it's not much, but please take it. Ooh, an empty bottle! Let's go. Bottles are great for carrying water and holding other things. Oh, and please don't tell anyone that I'm climbing Dragon Roost. It'll be our secret, okay? Oh, good luck to both of us. Bye, Medley. Such a beauty. Alright, Pickle, Oh, nice. That's cute. I like that one. There you go. Should be added. I think you turned the camera out of focus when she was getting there, and the cutscene didn't trigger? Maybe. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. Right, so... Let's make use of that bottle she gave us here. Get some water. Try pouring it on something withered. You guys see anything withered, perhaps? Oop. You can't fast climb in this game. First try, easy game. Kobe. Kobe. Ah. I'm telling you, the like the turn radius is pretty strange. I'm not used to it. Pretty deliberate. What a twine tickler. Dragon Roost Cavern. Ooh. Shawing, thank you so much for the water break. Could use that. I could also use a very quick bathroom break, actually. So give me a couple moments, and I will be right back. Enjoy the atmospheric sounds of Dragon Roost Cavern in the meantime. Alrighty. Let's take on Dragon Roost Cavern, I suppose. I didn't really plan on streaming much longer, but since we're here, I feel like we might as well complete this. What? Got a small key. Use it to open locked doors. So this little thing acts as a fast travel point within the dungeon. Since it's the only... Come on, Link. This is the only one currently... Oh my goodness. Is this even worth showing off? Are you okay, Link? This is the only one unlocked for right... I'm not showing it off. It's the only one unlocked for right now, so it doesn't actually take us anywhere or do anything. Wow, just straight into it. I tried to stop myself, and I'm in the lava. Awesome. Excellent controlling here. Great job. Nailed it. I sure did. What a gamer. Are you joking, Link? Relax. Somebody needs to get used to these controls. Can you guess who? At least I get a blue rupee as a consolation prize every time I mess up my jump. Fool me once. All right. What a bottle. Why is that so? There we go. Yo, what's up, Ben? Good to see you. Wind Waker's so much fun. It's been a little while since I've played, but I always enjoy this game. I'm pretty excited to play through it again. Especially for 100% completion. That should be a blast, right? I do genuinely enjoy 100%ing Zelda games. Except for the ones that the Zelda games that like, I'm not super fond of, like Minish Cap and what do you call it? Phantom Hourglass. Those aren't going to be like the most fun that I've ever had, but this is a really ambitious project, I think, that I'm doing here, and I think it's really cool to go through all this. Still quicker to 100% than the Oracle games. What? Which games? It depends, because Minish Cap is going to be a while. Phantom Hourglass is going to be a while. I don't know if it's necessarily quicker. I guess probably. Hey, thanks for breaking that down for me, bud. Yeah, I mean, I still technically have not 100%ed Oracle the Oracle games. We will be going back to that eventually, so we can truly 100% them. Oops, I don't have that weapon any longer. If I leave and come back, does he respawn? Yo, what's up, Satoko? See, I hope you're doing well today. There you are. Yeah, today's Triforce Tuesday, so we began Wind Waker today. What am I? What is happening here? There you go. Oh boy. Collecting all the rings that took forever, but so worth it. Yeah, collecting the rings is tough because a lot of them are RNG based as well. So that's really hard. But same goes for things like Phantom Hourglass, where you have to we're currently working towards a goal where we should collect all ship parts. That is currently on screen. You can see under the gameplay over there, as well as a Link's Awakening Switch playthrough. But collecting all the ship parts in Phantom Hourglass is also a little bit RNG dependent, and that really stinks. Not looking forward to that. So there's some pretty tedious things to do In terms of 100%ing every Zelda game ever made. Nice throw. Shower time, enjoy showing. There we go. Thought Capcom did a good job with Minish Cap. Just felt a little different than most Legend of Zelda games. I'm not the biggest fan of Minish Cap, at least as I remember it. We'll find out. Look, what are you doing? We'll find out when I play through it, which I believe is the next game in the series here, so once I'm done with Wind Waker, we will be playing through that. But I don't remember that really being too much of a favorite of mine. It was... I don't know. We'll see if my tune changes once I play it again, but I kind of have a feeling it won't. Yeah, I know Shawing's a fan of the Minish Cap. Sorry, Shawing. Ooh, nice. The Joy Pendant. Oh, there it is. Thought he was supposed to drop a weapon. Climb, Link, what are you doing? They make such an annoying noise. Hey, at least we got a feather, though. A golden feather. Certain strangeness emanates from the quill of this beautifully shining golden feather. Winged girls are said to be infatuated with these treasures. Think I can impress Medley with it? What are you doing, Link? What in the world was that maneuver? It's probably a little hot. Neat. Oh. Got a message. Bob, have you seen any filthy thieving rats around? Yikes. I know they're annoying, but keep your wits about you. They're only rats. If you spread bait near their nest, they may share their store of treasure with you. May they? Okay. Maybe we should try it. Delicious. Hey, I got something real good I'll sell you. For real. What will it be for you? Nothing. Cheapskate. Cheapskate? Cheapsteak? I don't know what the right term is. Bring me more sometime. More! We got the compass. Nicely done. Oh, I don't have a small key. Oh, that's the... I'm a dummy. I thought that led to a doorway. Nice, I got a small key. Oh, really? Way to go. No, get over here. That's the one of the other pots you can use to travel through the dungeon. There you are. Every time they fall down, it's super annoying. Just takes forever to be able to hit them again. Got a treasure chart, nice. Come on, open up. What? Did they... I can't remember if these enemies, they might not actually die, because do they just turn into the ball and then... Yeah, that might be the... I don't know if they actually, if you can actually kill these. It's been a while. Such creepy behavior. Oh, well, I can do that, I suppose. Gimme! Gimme! Okay, I need to catch my flight. No! After all that! Son of a gun. You are super annoying. There we go. The game makes you use the oops emote too much. One of these days I'm going to carry a giant bottle of water into a volcano to make platforms to ride. Good luck with that. I would say let me know how that goes, but... You know what? Yeah, let me know how that goes. I think this is the final room here. Have to drop down to LTE. Yeah, that'll be the problem. That's what I'm worried about. No, not. There we go. What do we got here? Okay. Here he is. It's my buddy. Baloo. Oh. Don't roll up the stairs. Medley! Oh no! I'll save you. What? Such amazing battle music. Ouch. First of all, that's rude. Oh no! Moblin. Gosh, drop him a little closer, why don't you? At least they're not taking 16 hearts off of each hit, right? It's been a while since I last checked the list of active volcanoes. We have some in the continental US. Do we really? Got a skull necklace. This rather off-putting accessory would appear to be of little value, but shown to the right person is apparently of great worth. Good to know. Am I full on hearts? I am. Good job. What's the matter, Valu, man? He was having a rough day. What's up, Meddling Bob? You came to rescue me. Oh, thank you. I have to tell you what I found. This is terrible. Some creature is doing awful things to the Great Valu's tail. That's why he's so angry. The Great Valu's tail hangs down into the room right below here. There's got to be something in there. I wonder if those mean monsters who captured me have something to do with it. I've got to do something now before it's too late. I'll go and tell everyone what's happening. Here, Bob, use this to get out of here. It's what I used to get this far. It's a device we Rito... Excuse me, it's a device we Rito used before we evolved wings. We got a grappling hook. This item was used by the Rito people before they had wings. You can even use it to haul things up from the seafloor while on your boat. Here, Bob. Climb up on that little ledge over there so I can show you something. Flap, flap, flap. Put that here. We'll put that there. I think we're set. Grab this branch with the grappling hook, and you can swing over there to get out of this area. When you aim at a branch that you can latch onto, a little boom symbol will appear. Remember that. Don't you worry about me, Bob. Get going. Okay. Um. Gosh. There we go. Gaming. See you later, Medley. I love the grappling. I think that's such a neat item. I believe this way. I thought Lou was like having conniption over there. He's not sounding too hot. These are, oh yeah, I read that. My bad. Ooh. Isn't it something like this? Thought it was. There we go. No. Oh no. Not what I wanted to do at all. That's better. Can't see anything. It's a nice emote. Too close to the lava. Get over here. Oh, what? I'm playing around, Link. No! Son of a gun. I'm here. I can't hit this stupid thing. Come on. Goodness me. That's not what I want to do. Can I? This is not going well. Alright, health. Be safe. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the good luck. Missing a chest here. Here we go. A treasure chart. Nice. See you later. Ooh, you got a knight's crest. Keep it in your spoils bag. All who are skilled in the ways of the sword know the value of a crest such as this. And a yellow rupee. Go away. And a joy pendant. Nice. And a fairy, which I would prefer to put in a bottle. I don't know if this is also a fairy. Arg. Oh no. Spooky. Holy. You angy. No, not good enough. Need a better picture. How good of a picture do I need? I'm getting hurt trying to get your picture. That still didn't say good on it. The controls. There we go. Now I got a good one. Oh, gosh. Not a good jump. I think I like these boss fights better than any other Zeldas in the series. Like, just Wind Waker boss fights in general, you mean? Gotcha. Yeah, there are some good boss fights. I really like the grappling hook. I think that was a pretty cool item introduced in the series. Ouch. Fun, interesting monsters. They feel epic. Wish they brought back the hook as well. Yeah, twirling it and then like being able to steal the items from enemies that they have. I always thought that was super, super cool. Can I pick a favorite set of boss battles? Off the top of my head, I don't know. That would be something to think about, certainly. Like for an entire game that I like more than any other. It's a really good question. Ow. Definitely something to think about. But they did, I agree, they did an excellent job in this one in particular. Yay! You got a heart container. Your life energy has been increased by 1, plus your life gauge has been replenished. It was fine. Ooh, 3 rupees. 3 rupees, no! Did we do it? Did we save you? Did we make you feel better? You... Bob! Hey, buddy. Well, Prince Komali, so you have something you want to say? I heard everything from Medley. Bob, thank you so much. I'm sorry I mistrusted you. I hope I can be like you someday, Bob. Ooh, November, thank you so much for the 100. Going towards Link's Awakening Switch. Take it away, Kanye.
8 butts a monster throwing hits to make him shit, throwing ropes and hitting on top. That's in a certain task, and it's slice and size, and it's slice and 5 rats and laughing and rats and slice and task.
Yeah, that was extremely coherent and definitely what you wrote. Thanks, Kanye, for that one. Eat butts monster throwing hooks to make him shook, throwing ropes and hitting dopes. I spy with my little eye and lava bug that's gonna die. Let him fry while I fly in a beam of light. after winning the fight. Help a dragon cool his butt. You might say what, but that's what's up. I like that. You're good at those raps. Too bad Kanye didn't comply with you on that one. Thank you so much for the 100. Really appreciate that. I hope I can be like you someday, Bob. You will come, Allie. I just know it. So, Bob, here. I want you to take this, Bob. Giving you the thing I value most will give me the courage I need to stand up to bad things. Receive Din's Pearl! This is the gem the Ritas claim that was passed down from the Greek goddess. Great Valoo is grateful to you. Sounds like a wrestler. The Great Valoo is grateful to you! Use the wind god's wind? That's what he said, but I don't understand. I wonder what it means. Wind god's wind. I wonder if he's talking about... excuse me. I wonder if what he's talking about has anything to do with the wind shrine that's through that tunnel. Oh, I almost forgot. The Great Valoo also names you Bob, a true hero. I agree with him. As far as we're concerned, Bob, you are a true hero. Well, I'm going to go and visit Valoo. I'll come and see you sometime with the best pair of wings ever. Hey, Prince Kamali. Thanks so much, Bob. See you again someday. Medley is fantastic. Great. That is going to be a good place for me to end for the day. I know we didn't get like a ton accomplished in terms of the story progression of the game, but I did actually stream even longer than I had planned on. So we get the first dungeon done. We got a bunch of side quests done already, which is good, and we're working our way to 100%ing the game. So this is, you know, week 1 or part 1 of the Wind Waker. So yeah, I hope you guys had a good time today, and we'll pick it up next week. Week 22 next week. Pretty crazy. Thank you everybody so much for watching. Appreciate you guys being here. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night. Whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Love you guys too. Thank you so much. And see you soon. And see you next week for more Wind Waker. Bye.